انا شوف.
Hi there. Please, come in. Let me know if you need help finding anything.
Oh.
Assuming it is not too busy, you might even meet Serona, the owner. She is a charming hostess and a powerful witch. Good one to know.
You said you could get to the child when they came to Hogsmeade. That all you needed was a distraction. I gave you a distraction.
I just watched a student take down your distraction. Who's this child? What are you not telling me?
All you need to know is that if you cannot get to the child, then you have no value to me.
Let's go.
Did they see us?
I don't think so.
What was that goblin doing with Victor Rookwood?
Ranrock is working with Rookwood.
The goblin from the Daily Prophet. I knew I'd seen him somewhere. Quickly, let's get inside the 3 broomsticks.
It's a treat to see you, Lodgok. I shall let you know if I hear anything.
Thank you, Serona.
You be well. Now, what can I... Oh, there's a face I haven't seen before.
It's my first time here.
Welcome. Butterbeer's on me. Heard about the attack. I shall be looking in on the other shopkeepers and residents shortly. Glad to see you two escaped injury.
Thanks to this one, single-handedly took down a troll.
Is that right? Well done.
Thanks for this.
My pleasure. I will say, trolls in Hogsmeade. That's never happened before. Something's not right. The only brutes we usually have to deal with are... How timely.
Was that Lodgok I saw leaving just now? Your clientele's not what it used to be, Serona.
Not to worry, Victor. Once the two of you leave, the caliber of my clientele will greatly improve. I wouldn't do that if I were you, Theophilus.
Come now. No need for theatrics. I'm only here for this one anyway.
My friend is enjoying a well-earned butterbeer.
Only want a quick word.
Perhaps you didn't hear me. I said, my friend is busy.
One would think you all had enough bloodshed for one day. Come, Theophilus. The 3 broomsticks isn't what it used to be.
Come.
Let's take our galleons elsewhere. Can't drink butterbeer forever.
Seems you've made an unfortunate enemy. Watch your back. Rookwood and Harlow are worse than any troll you might encounter.
Trolls, Ranrock, and Rookwood. What are you not telling me?
I promise to tell you everything, but it's perhaps best I do that later.
I think that now might be a good time to head back to the castle.
How about...
I am certainly glad Sirona was there.
And that she isn't intimidated by thugs like Rookwood and Harlow.
I want to understand what's going on, and I hope you will tell me. But for the moment, we should return to the castle. Professor Weasley will certainly hear about the troll attack soon if she hasn't already. I don't want her to worry.
Nice.
Good thing, Professor. Revelio.
I've no doubt that the worst headmaster Hogwarts has ever seen. No ability.
Glad you could make it. Lucan's just over there.
Can I help you?
Sebastian told me to see you about a club.
If Sebastian vouches for you, that's all I need to know. I coordinate duels for crossed wands. A dueling club of sorts. It's invitation only, so you must have really impressed Sebastian.
I'm flattered to hear that. Sebastian's not a bad duelist either.
Imagine it's quite something to see the two of you duel.
How does cross wands work exactly?
You show up, I match you with other duelists, and whoever is still standing in the end wins. It's our way of determining the school's greatest duelist once and for all. And to liven things up, the winner is awarded a prize. Interested?
Of course. Dueling's an entertaining pastime.
I agree. Besides, in crossed ones, you could duel with a partner if you like. Your first time I'll pair you with Sebastian. Next time, you'll need to bring a partner along, or duel alone. So, care to step into the ring?
Get me in the ring.
Spectacular! Let the fireworks begin!
We'll make you regret signing up.
Levioso! Protego!
Act like a winner. Let's try a win now.
You're better than that!
I could never duel like that.
Nice work. Sebastian wasn't wrong about you. There's strong competition ahead, but keep this up and you could be the next school champion.
Brilliant. Count me in.
I shall. Now, it takes time to organise these duels, but check with me later. I may have something lined up for you. Again, congratulations on your first Crossed Wands victory. Well fought. Hope to see you back here again.
Revelio.
I think I'll miss you.
Really?
I shan't miss you.
Oh, stop. I'm trying to be serious for once.
And then the werewolves join the goblins in the
Goblins?
uprising.
Werewolves? Where were you? In the goblin...
Revelio.
One can't argue with
Accio.
now. We never get a break from each other.
Slytherins are lucky they get to sleep next to the lake.
Hello there. Perhaps you can help me.
Professor, do you have time to chat?
I always have time for my students. How may I help you?
I wondered if I might ask how long you've been teaching at Hogwarts.
Well, it's been what now? 7 swift years. Time does fly because we have fun. Essential in my opinion. An eager, positive, and confident mind is the most open to knowledge, I find.
Some of the professors may not agree with your approach.
Well, each of us has our own style, I suppose. Some in the teaching field believe that hard work and dedication are the only keys to success. But they forget what drives those things. If one cannot fathom why some would expend energy on gobstones, then one is blind to the enormous power of play.
And that's why you teach the way you do?
Precisely. I strive to be the sort of professor that I would have enjoyed in school. My experience was less cheerful.
Perhaps you wouldn't be who you are without that experience.
Had I received a more traditional education, well, enough about my student days. You are here now, and it would be a shame if you didn't enjoy it.
I'll do my best, Professor. Thank you for the advice.
You are most welcome. Try to have a bit of fun today. Huh?
Ugh.
Oi, can you help me?
Hello? Were you calling me?
I was, yes. Thought you might be interested in joining me for a bit of an adventure. Following a treasure map, to be precise. Slight respite from battling the odd troll, I should think. Asked Poppy if she'd be interested as well, but couldn't drag her away from her puff skein. I found 2 maps lying about, both leading to locations around Hogwarts. Care to have a look at one?
Following a Hogwarts treasure map? Count me in.
Wonderful. Hogwarts fascinates me. You can keep whatever treasure lies at the end of your map. I'll be satisfied just knowing where it leads.
Where do you suggest I search first?
Based on a cursory review of your map, I'd suggest somewhere near Hecat's classroom.
Very well. I shall take a look if I can find the time.
Fair enough. Meet me back here if you find anything.
Revelio.
I tried.
Might some kind soul help me?
Defending Hogsmeade against trolls. You know, there
Revelio.
is such a thing as trying too hard.
Ah, a rhinoceros skeleton. I'm on the right track. Revelio!
Might some kind soul help me?
There's the fountain. I'm getting closer.
The Daedalian keys are back. Aren't they brilliant?
Revelio. This stairwell looks promising.
I can appreciate Hogsmeade all year round.
This looks like the portrait from the map. Now where's the treasure? There was a doorway hidden within the portrait. I wonder what came of Arthur's search.
Ah! Det kliar. Det kliar och kliar och kliar.
And you also went on to do the exact same thing.
I wouldn't think Black would mind someone.
Find anything yet?
Hello, Arthur. Thought you might like to know that my map led to a doorway hidden within a portrait.
Oh, how clever! Mine led to the boathouse. Barely found the treasure before I saw the headmaster coming. He shooed me out of there, but not before I got a few galleons richer. What did you find?
I found what I believe is an authentic historian's uniform.
Oh, that's lucky. Seems as though we both had success. Glad I enlisted you to join me. Well, on to the next Hogwarts mystery. Wonder if a quick rummage round Weasley's office might be... interesting.
My cousin was transfigured into a mouse by an older brother last year. Took out.
Revelio. Professor, I'm glad to see you.
And I you. Thank Merlin you're in one piece. I heard about the attack. Trolls in Hogsmeade?
Sir, the trolls were wearing armor. It had that dark glow like the dragon collar.
Goblin silver. Ranrock used it to control the dragon. But how? And why send trolls too?
They were there because of me. I overheard Ranrock talking with Victor Rookwood.
Ranrock was in Hogsmeade? With Rookwood?
The trolls were Ranrock's distraction so that Rookwood could get to me. And he would have, had Sirona and the patrons at the Three Broomsticks not intervened.
This is grave news indeed. If Ranrock's goblins and dark wizards are after you, they want what we found in that vault.
They're after the locket. You said you discovered something in it.
Yes, yes. I discovered an inscription. When I read it aloud, this map appeared. Clever enchantment. It's a map of Hogwarts, to be sure, but I do not know where it leads.
It leads to the library. A restricted section, to be precise, and a bit beyond. I see traces of magic there on the map.
I suspected you would see something.
Shall we go?
I appreciate your enthusiasm, and I'm eager to discover what we may find there as well. But if our experience at Gringotts, let alone what happened to Miriam, taught me anything, it's that the path we're on is terribly dangerous. I'd like you to work with Professor Hecat a bit, before we continue.
But sir, how dangerous could the library be? Perhaps we're only after a book.
Perhaps we are only after a book, but we should be prepared for anything. Once you've honed your defensive magic further, come and see me. I'll let Professor Hecat know to expect you.
Revelio.
Handy resource indeed, your
field guide. I'm most pleased to be included.
Revelio.
If only a new student were to help me with my sad predicament.
Revelio.
I believe we have some matters to discuss.
I'm here about the new spell you wanted to teach me, Professor.
Good. Professor Fig indicated a certain urgency to you completing your defensive magic assignments. As such, you are to learn Incendio, the fire-making spell, handy for lighting torches, burning away spider webs, and, when necessary, defending against those who would wish to do us harm.
Sounds versatile.
Quite. But before we get started, I'd like you to complete a few tasks. You may be surprised by some of them. Astonishing how much students don't think their professors know. When you're finished, come and see me. Then we shall begin working on Incendio. You know where to find me once you've finished.
Seems crossed wands isn't as secret as it's believed to be.
Might some kind soul help me?
Are you all right?
Don't you know who I am?
I'm sorry the other students weren't.
Are you familiar with gobstones? Little ball.
Gobstones?
Imelda is one of the worst losers. Ever written a story or a and now those poor losers have taken my gobstones and hidden them in very high places all over the school.
Rather an overreaction on their part.
I'll say. Anyway, I can't work out how to get them back on my own. I don't think I know the necessary spells yet. I need someone, perhaps a selfless and talented 5th year to help me.
I'll see what I can do.
I'd appreciate the help. If you do find all of my gobstones, do come and see me again. I'll be back to playing Snake Pit and Jackstone by myself in no time.
I'd better keep an eye on high places around the school for Zenobia's gobstones.
Där har vi den.
Accio! Well, that's one of Zenobia's gobstones. I hardly see what all the fuss is about.
My mother says the vows now.
Oj. Ja, den ska vi ta sen. De enkla.
I'd better keep an eye on high places around the school for Zenobia's gobstones. Accio!
God morgon, kan ni... Hur är läget idag? Nej, så vi tar en annan dag. Jag orkar inte ta dem de enkla.
I'd better keep an eye on high places around the school for Zenobia's gobstones. Accio! Revelio! Accio! Revelio!
Ja, vi tar det med sen. Ja, mulet idag med. Alltså det är så jävla tråkigt väder. Jag har ingen som ligger och solar, men vad fan, lite... Vi tar den då, vi kan ta den här.
Good news.
Okay,
we
okay.
have a new training dummy on which you can practice spell combinations. And you're up for round 2 of crossed wands. When you're ready for either,
23
come
så
and
det
find
blir
me in the usual
15
place.
plus 0123. Vad fan? Så var 01, 2, ja. 17 plus 6. Vad i helvete? Jag är ödlan på första. Ja, men gött kan ni höra. Tvåan ska vara 19. Tre plus 9, 12. 7 då. Yay! Jag hoppas det blir bättre, Kenny. Inte det papper kommer att flyga igen. Nej.
I'd better keep an eye on high places around the school for Zenobia's gobstones.
Ta den med då. Har vi ettan och har vi tvåan. Där. Ta den med när vi får den. 13. 1 plus 8 är 9. 4 då. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. Det är uggla på första. Och på den andra är det då 13 plus 3 är 16. Då är det 5. 5 är ju den konstiga... Var det så en spindel eller? Nej. Nej, det var det. Yay! Jag vet inte, jag har med varit, alltså det känns som ett dass. Jag har gått och lagt mig så jävla tidigt. Jag vet inte vad det är med mig.
I'd better keep an eye on high places around the school for Zenobia's gobstones. Accio!
Det var lättare. Jag kommer ihåg när jag sprang runt och letade innan jag fattade att man kunde sätta ut det på.
Revelio.
Och det är en sån. Så kommer jag ihåg. Om aporna sen. Gick jag för högt upp?
I'd better keep an eye on high places around the school for Zenobia's gobstones.
Ja, där uppe var den i lampkronan.
Accio! That's the last of Zenobia's gobstones. I should go and see her.
Ja, jag har börjat med en ny gubbe. Man kunde fortsätta på den andra också, men jag tänkte jag vill börja om. Det var saker jag inte hade gjort som jag trodde. Jag tänkte jag börja om. Jag har inget att göra.
Well done besting Sebastian.
Detta är bara precis i början. Jag har kvar den andra gubben så jag är färdig det med.
I hope you've had more luck than I did tracking
Hello,
down-
Zenobia. I found all your gobstones.
Really? I didn't think it was possible. However did you do it?
Common sense and basic magic.
Well, may I have my gobstones back?
Of course. They are yours after
Jag är
all.
snäll i denna
Oh, how
gubben.
wonderful. I shall dedicate all of my future victories to you. Speaking of which, now that I have all my gobstones back, I wonder if anyone in the common room would be up for a game.
I'm sure they'd be willing to play after the trouble spent getting them back. It's a fine idea.
Isn't it? Oh, we'll have so much fun together, laughing as all the losers get sprayed, which won't include me. Very well, off I go. Wish me luck.
Då ska vi se. Vi ska ju till... Ja, för fan, jag har vaknat. Jag har varit vaken hyfsat länge, men jag har inte gått upp än. Jag orkar inte ens jag. Jag kan börja med han är ju samma. Vi ska till han. Jag kan prata med om vi tar det sen.
Revelio.
Whee! Huh? Oh, not again. Here I've come from the toilet bowl where she said I could swim, did you praxia mole? As long as for only one time per week, I can plunge the boys' lavatory, not for the meek. Please, you'll make me late. He tried to stop me, did rancorous calf.
Potion. Hur mycket pengar har vi? Är den inte bättre eller? Det är superb, well pointed. Tar vi dem istället. Åh, jag har fått en sån. Det är snygg, men vi tar den. Åh, jag hade fått någonting mer. En sjal. Jag hade fått en sjal. Ja, inte jag kan ju låsa upp dem med. Quest, fan vad det kunde jag alltid ha. Inte de här. Bort de här. De här ska man låsa upp. Oh, why? I don't know. Skit i det. Nu ska vi...
Ready for another round?
I think so. We shall see who shows up.
There's no one in the school I'd be
Hello,
afraid
Lucan.
to duel.
May I use the training dummy?
Of course. I'll fetch it and give you a list of combinations to practice. Ready to have a try now?
That would be wonderful.
Be sure to cast all your spells before the dummy lands. If you need to stop practicing before you finish all of them, let me know.
Accio.
Ah.
Nicely done. done.
Levioso!
That's it!
Levioso!
Aj. Och jag som tryckte.
Levioso! Accio! Lumos!
Ah, fitta!
Levioso! Accio!
Jag som tryckte fel.
Good one! I'd say that's enough practice. You looked good out
Jag kan
there.
dricka kaffe.
Thank you, Lucan.
Ja, men vad gött det
I
är.
say better to
Kaj.
discover one's weaknesses during practice than during a duel. You'll be a fearsome challenger now.
Hello, Lucan. Is the next round of crossed wands all set?
Why, yes it is. I've got a great match lined up. Ready for another round?
I'm ready. Let's do it.
Brilliant. Are you dueling with a partner?
Yes, Natty.
Then let's get to it.
Ready to get thrashed?
Åh, tre.
Apologies in advance.
Reparo. Come on. Accio. Levioso. Protego. There goes my way.
Leviosa.
Accio.
Act like a winner.
You're better than that!
Levioso.
Some big hits that round.
Fan, jag kommer ihåg första gången jag körde detta. Och jag satt och höll på och var
Bravo.
förbannad.
I gave it my all.
You did indeed. The other duelists have already taken notice of you, but after that last round, they'll really have it in for you. You'd better keep practicing if you want a chance at winning, or at least surviving the next round. I'll let you know when we're ready. Hope to see you then. The next round is for all the gobstones, so to speak.
Så jäkla gött.
Assignment's all finished.
Mycket pengar har jag. Den känns närmast i alla fall. Alla säger gubbe till mig. Jag vet inte varför jag är en gubbe. Är jag en gubbe? Ja.
Revelio.
I trust Mr. Brattleby.
I finished all of the tasks you gave me, Professor Hackett.
Glad to hear it. Then you should be ready to learn Incendio.
Should be, Professor.
Yes. I'm sorry to say, I visited enough careless colleagues at St. Mungo's to assure you that fire is a fickle servant. Your spellcasting has impressed me thus far, but please maintain focus. I would rather we not end today's lesson with your robes aflame. Let us begin. And remember, focus on the proper wand movement. Concentrate, and keep your wand steady.
Oh.
Good work.
Incendio. Levioso. Accio. Incendio.
Getting it. Keep at it. And do try not to. Yourself.
Om jag har gjort det. Snälla jävla spel, alltså jag har gjort det. Det behöver inte göra, visa mig det en gång. Har det fastnat ännu eller? Så repair. Ja, det har fastnat där. Gör så här då. Vi ser det. Ja, nu kommer försvann den. Jag skulle kunna prata med henne så det är löst. Och...
Spare a moment? I could use your help.
You wanted to speak with me?
I did. Hello, I'm Duncan Hobhouse. Pleasure to meet you. I've heard all about you, of course, confronting trolls and dragons.
I suppose it must seem that way. I'm not sure it's justified. It's often been a matter of circumstance.
I'm going to presume your reputation is in fact warranted, in which case, you are precisely the person I need. You see, we were learning to repel boggarts in Professor Hecat's class, and, well, mine unfortunately took the shape of a puffskein.
Well, they seem innocent, but their tongues can be most disturbing.
Exactly. I wish more of our fellow students agreed with you. Regardless of how reasonable I believe my fear of puffskeins to be, I'm beginning to get a reputation as a coward. Some have even taken to calling me Puffskein Dunkeen.
I'm sorry, but you have to admit that's rather clever.
I do not have to admit that. Everett said the same thing. Anyway, to make matters worse, I stupidly blurted out that I must be braver than people think, since I have been in the hidden herbology corridor.
The hidden herbology corridor?
Yes. Rumour has it that the herbology professor before Professor Garlic kept dangerous plants there. It's supposedly so overrun now that no one dares enter it anymore. I was hoping you could go there and bring back evidence that I could use to show that, well, I'd gone in. Say a bit of an exceptionally dangerous plant of some kind.
Very well. If I'm in the area, perhaps I shall take a look.
Grand. I'd very much appreciate it. Come and find me if you get the proof. I shall be forever in your debt.
Ja, men det tar vi inte nu. Vi ska köra vi hoppar till henne med. Då tar vi den. Jag låser upp några sidouppdrag. Tänkte jag. Satisfactory. Nej, jag fattar inte ett skit heller. Jag satt och kollade på Figgen och Norman de körde häromdagen. Ja, det är helt otroligt det spelet. Fattar inte.
The Daedalian keys are back. Aren't they?
Hello, Nellie. You seem excited about something.
The Daedalian...
Det har vi sett, så snabbhoppar.
Why would I do that? Perhaps I'll give it a go.
I hope you do. In fact, I think I heard one of the keys in the astronomy tower. You should listen for them.
Inte nu.
I hope you follow a few keys at least.
Det är något mer vi kan ta här ändå i farten. Nej, vi tar huvuduppdraget. Vi får ha ett huvuduppdrag, men jag kan inte bara köra sidouppdrag. Ja, idag är det... Vad är det för dag idag? Det är torsdag. Springer fel, alltid. Och så kan man göra så här med om man vill. Nej, det ska ju vara natt nu när vi ska köra detta. Ja, just det.
Yes, I think we get it.
Man har skaffat all utrustning så är det bara till... Aha! Ja, just det. Det kommer jag ihåg. Conny sa nog likadant. Tror Conny hade... Ja, det hade han nog.
Ah, there you are.
Hello, sir. You'll be pleased to know that I work
Lite så med Assassin's Creed och sådana spel med. Alltså,
So I hear. She tells me you've taken rather well to your new wand. You must continue to work with her and your other professors to improve your skills. That said, I don't wish to postpone our visit to the library any longer.
Ah, okay.
So, shall we proceed?
Fig! I have work for you. Come.
Headmaster, I'm with a student and my schedule
Your schedule will wait indefinitely, as will your student. I would think that after all the trouble you caused me with Osric, you'd be eager to make amends. My office, 5 minutes.
Aj, aj, aj.
That man is exasperating. Unfortunately, our trip to the restricted section will have to wait a bit longer.
But, Professor...
We have no choice. It would be unwise to provoke our illustrious headmaster further. I shall find you when I've completed whatever toils I must endure.
Fixa researchers med, vad fan heter det? Det ska ju komma en 2:a och så ska det vara multiplayer.
Sebastian mentioned sneaking into the restricted section. Perhaps he'll have an idea. Revelio.
Olika källor i... Så här. Aha! Det tillverkar de nya saker så du kan bygga ännu mer och sånt antagligen, kan jag tänka mig. Nu, alltså jag har så många såna här.
Sebastian, there you are. I was hoping to see you. I was in the Three Broomsticks after the troll attack and saw what happened with Rookwood and Harlow.
Not many students have Victor Rookwood's attention. What was that all about?
Seems he's working with Ranrock, and Ranrock is after something I found at Gringotts.
Ranrock? And when were you at Gringotts?
Professor Fig and I ended up there after the dragon attack. It's quite the tale.
Det ska alltid
Fig
finnas
had this
lite monster
Portkey to Gringotts?
Någonting
I'm not
måste
sure I
finnas.
follow.
I barely follow myself, and I was there. Anyway, we ended up in an ancient vault where we found a map. That map leads to the restricted section.
You can't be serious.
Deadly serious. Professor Fig has insisted that I not tell a soul about any of this. I've probably said too much.
Understood. Your secret's safe with me. Whatever it is.
Thank you, Sebastian. You mentioned being clever enough not to get caught in the restricted section.
And I am. Meet me outside the library tonight, and tell no one.
Thank you, Sebastian. I'll meet you later.
See there? That's the door we need to reach. And those annoying prefects would love nothing more than to rat on us to Scribner. So don't let them see us. Understood?
I can be sneaky. Let's go.
Hold on now. There's a spell you should know. The Disillusionment Charm. Good for getting places you're not supposed to be. Cast it and you'll appear as little more than a trick of the light, just as long as you keep your distance and stay quiet.
You mean I'll actually be able to turn invisible?
Something like that. It's not as foolproof as a cloak, but those are expensive. And spells are free. Give it a try.
Då sätter vi dig där så länge.
I'll be quieter than a jobberknoll.
Det är lustigt att den personen inte tänker den.
Blast! The librarian's still here. Quick, behind the bookcase. Damn!
You told me the librarian would be gone by now.
I said usually, but it'll still be all right. Do you see her desk behind me? The key is in the drawer of that desk. Now, here's what we're going to do. I'll create a distraction to draw her away. You focus on getting the key. I'll meet you outside of the restricted section.
Om du bygger fel kan du ta bort det och då får du tillbaka allt. Ja, det är ju ganska smidigt.
You distract.
Jag får kolla på det lite mer Norma innan jag
I said I'd
bestämmer
get
mig.
you in, and I always keep my word. Trust me.
Det känns bara så här, ibland har man köpt spel och så kör man inte dem.
Is someone there? Is that you, Peeves? Goodness gracious, what a mess!
That wasn't so difficult after all. How to find that book.
Vi ska ha lite pengar först.
Oh, that one's charmed to look more useful than it is. It's fooled me twice. Never judge a tome by its cover, I say. Ghost, don't let her see you.
Kan gå hit ner igen sen.
Should be in the cliff. There's no need for us to be skulking about.
So what is it you've been looking for?
I'm looking for a cure to help my twin sister. So that she can return to Hogwarts. Because Merlin knows everyone else has given up.
Why do you think you'll find a cure in the restricted section? Does the Hogwarts matron have nothing that can help Anne?
No! We've tried everyone from Nurse Blaney to St. Mungo's. But I can research on my own. No need to concern yourself with that right now. Let's focus on what you're after. Which is what, precisely?
I'll know it when I see it.
You're being awfully cryptic.
Du måste ner här sen igen. Måste jag komma ihåg. Ja men, Norma, det är lugnt. Det är lugnt. Fan. Kolla här.
Incendio. Revelio. Incendio.
Nej, det är den.
Levioso.
Who have we here?
Jävlar, den är
Sebastian
jobbig.
Cello and his new little friend. Out exploring where they shouldn't be. Naughty, naughty, you'll get caughty.
Peeves, don't you...
I'm going to tell. I'm going to tell. I'm going to tell.
Oh, blasted Peeves! I've got to stop him, or at least get to the librarian with a good excuse for all of this.
Wait, I don't want you getting into trouble for me.
I have a way with the faculty when it comes to disciplinary matters. Besides, I like having friends who are in my debt. Now go. Good luck in your search. Now, where has that damned poltergeist got to?
I know just the spell to repair this armor.
Oh. Har vi fått något roligt här? Den tar vi. Nej.
Reparo. Of course, traces of ancient magic. There must be more to this room. That's it.
Ska vi se här. Ja, men åker ju dit för vi behöver det. Kenny, är du kvar min vän? Har du saknat mig? Moonstone. Ja, skitsak. Här brukar man få hissade grejer. Legendary Art, hur du ser. Då fick jag sådana glasögon innan. Kan jag inte få någonting annat nu? Absolut, så har vi dem. Nu Legendary.
Where might this lead? Not surprising. Cards at the ready.
Snyggt. Åh jävlar, det var fler. Jävlar, jag tog bara var 2. Ja, men jag vet det där. I know it. Har vi inget här inne? Nej. Oj.
Reparo. Revelio.
Vi får komma tillbaka hit och hämta andra grejer.
This must be the way forward, but to where?
Och den kommer jag ihåg.
Nearly there. Best keep my wits about me.
Hur kan jag... Ja, den var sämre förresten. Ja, måste vi nu slåss igen.
It is a book after all.
Alltså, jag kommer ihåg början när jag körde att oj. Nu når man live. Jag kan kolla lite jag med andra dagen håller på. Jag kollar på det på mobilen. Alltså, på något sätt det ser både kul ut, men sen vet jag inte hur kul jag kommer tycka det är. Det är säkert viktigt.
You wanted to see me? Headmistress Fitzgerald, Professor Rackham.
Miss Isadora Morganach, welcome.
Professor Rookwood, Professor McCaw.
We understand that you are adjusting well to life at Hogwarts.
I am.
I am glad. Especially in light of your unusual situation, starting as a 5th year.
As it happens, I was also admitted to Hogwarts as a 5th year. I've never heard of another like us.
Miss Morganach, when we spoke yesterday after class, you asked about the beautiful swirls you saw years ago when we visited your hamlet.
I recognized you all immediately. I cannot thank you enough for what you did.
We were glad to help.
And yes, I did see swirls of magic everywhere that day. My father insists it was my imagination running wild, but it was certainly real to me.
It was not your imagination.
Percival, Professor Rackham can see them too. But we've never known of another who could.
I don't understand. What are they?
The whispers or traces that appear when a particular form of ancient magic is wielded.
Ancient magic?
Few are capable of wielding it. Hogwarts itself is a stronghold of ancient magic.
So if I can see traces of ancient magic, does that mean I can wield it too?
With the proper training.
But let us not get ahead of ourselves, Miss Morganach.
Before I can train you to wield such magic, you must first master all that Hogwarts has to offer.
A magic this powerful can do great harm in the wrong hands. It must be wielded by a select few. As such, we ask that you not speak to anyone about what we have discussed here today.
Vad ska man bygga? Ja, okej. Jag hör ju inte vad någon säger för jag... Men...
Sebastian.
Vad är det för jävla loss?
Sneaking in the restricted section again! I had thought we were through with this mischief. Clearly detentions are insufficient. I'm afraid I must take this to the headmaster. But that being said, Peeves informs me that you didn't come alone tonight. If someone has coerced you, I would have you tell me. You're a bright boy. Don't waste this.
I'm gonna die. There was nobody else. I came alone.
Oh, Sebastian. What will your uncle say?
Ja, men jag ska gå tillbaka dit. Det är någon grej jag ska ha här. En vill jag ha i alla fall. Apan får vi ta när vi har träffat han sen. Då får vi när vi kan komma hit ner igen. I'm going to turn. Gear, robe. Den var sämre. Den var sämre. Med en. Men coolare. Ja, det är den. Ah! Vi tar den. Ja, det bästa hela tiden nu. Så. Helt plötsligt så kan man gå hur som helst utan att det... Nej, jag ska prata med henne ändå i här.
Hello. I don't believe we've met.
Oh, hello. I'm Lenora.
Ja, jag vet vad jag ska göra så att...
If I have the time, I may look. Could be intriguing.
I've been racking my brains long enough. I hope you'll have better luck than I have. Do come and find me if you stumble on something illuminating that solves the mystery.
Bapp.
Accio! Lumos.
Vänta. Man gör så här på den. Så. Ser du vad den kommer vara?
That spot must be a clue. I should look around in case it's nearby.
Du kommer här.
This looks like the location from the painting. Let's get you back to your frame, little moth.
Hogwarts must have hundreds of thousands.
Ha! I knew there was a connection. I should tell Lenora that I solved the puzzle of that empty frame.
Hon har gått upp en trappa bara för det. Hon kunde ju stå kvar.
Lenora, I solved the mystery of that painting.
You did? How?
I found the location depicted in the painting, and then I cast Lumos to guide a moth back to the frame.
All very logical, I suppose. Pity I was so close to solving it. You have a knack for solving riddles. Natty's good at that too. So is Amit, although he does tend to over-explain. Well, I'm glad someone figured it out. The moth! I should have seen that.
Revelio.
Oh dear, I shall get in trouble.
Incendio. Is everything all right?
Oh, hello. Nice to see you again.
Library.
That sounds brilliant, actually.
Thank you. Our meet told Madame Scribner they were my books flying around.
I suppose I could help, if I have the time.
Oh, I'd very much appreciate it. One of the books is my diary. I'd rather it not fall into the wrong hands. If you could collect them and bring them to me, I can remove the charm. Do we really?
Vi får hjälpa henne snabbt med det med.
I'm going to have to use Accio to get to those books. Got it. Only 4 more to go. Lumos. Accio.
Reading can be as magical as any spell. Why can't students see that?
Lumos. Accio. Revelio.
Man får göra så mycket man kan på de är på ett och samma ställe.
Lumos.
Alltså musiken är lugn och behaglig.
Luma. Accio.
Och kräk. Undrar många man kan vara som kör det.
Lumos. Accio. That's the last book. Now to take them back to Cressida. Hello, Cressida. I collected your books, including your diary.
Oh, what a relief. Thank you. I'll happily take the heavy lot off your hands now.
Here you are.
Well, lesson learned. I certainly won't be practicing any charms in the library again anytime soon. Now, to work out where I went wrong. Perhaps I should start brushing up on my Latin. Thank goodness some people are trustworthy. Certainly wouldn't want anyone but me reading my diary.
Nej, man får vara snäll nu. Vi har varit elaka nu med Runghilde. Då har vi nästa. Det är inte lätt att vara ödmjuk. För den som är felfri som jag.
Revelio.
Jag längtar så hem till min spegel. Jag blir vackrare för varje dag. Och alla som ser mig vill ha mig. Jag är en 7000 till man. Det är inte lätt att vara ödmjuk. Men jag försöker så mycket jag kan. Min tjej har stuckit ifrån mig. Hon klarar väl inte att slåss med alla som springer och skriker. Nej, ibland så går det fan inte. Jag bultar på dörren förstås. Men vad ska jag? Vänta här, nu ska vi se här. Nu har jag sprungit fel här. Jag har sprungit lite galet. Så gå upp här.
You cannot be serious. Goblins working with Rookwood makes no sense.
It is rather unorthodox, to say the least.
Unorthodox? It's inconceivable. It's... Ah, Fig. You have a visitor. I'll see what I can find out.
Sir, I was able to search the restricted section while you were with Professor Black. It was a book we were after.
What? That's... Wait. You accessed the restricted section? But how? Thinking on it, perhaps it's best you spare me the details.
Fair enough. In fact, the book was below the restricted section as it appeared on the map.
I want to hear everything. First, let's have a look. Oh dear. Some of these pages seem to be missing. It appears someone has got to the book before us. Still, I will need time to study what remains. Perhaps we can still salvage something useful, though it may take some time. I wonder why it was here, below Hogwarts.
I think I know, sir. I saw 2 more memories where I found the book.
Another pensive. Godric's heart.
The man we saw before, Percival Rackham, was a professor here. The first memory showed him and 3 other professors using ancient magic to restore a hamlet from a drought.
Miriam was right. And the second memory?
They were talking to a student who started as a 5th year, like I did. She could see traces of magic too.
Why those memories?
Isadora.
Perhaps this book will explain. I'll have to take it with me to London. The headmaster has insisted that I speak directly to the minister about George's death.
I understand. I'll see what I can learn about the missing pages while you're gone.
Good. Don't neglect your studies. Your wand work is improving by the day. But you'll want to pay attention in herbology and potions. There's more to magic than spellcasting.
Plenty to keep me occupied while you're gone.
You've done exceptionally well. I look forward to seeing all that you've accomplished when I return. Oh, and don't neglect your friends. You may be surprised by how much you can learn from them as well.
Ja, men det har jag gjort.
Heard you're defending Hogsmeade against Trill.
See if we've a new school champion. Meet me at the usual place for the final round of crossed wands. Also, the training dummy is still available.
Meet me in Lower Hogsfield as soon as possible. I would like to talk to you about Rookwood and Harlow, and it might be best to do so outside of the castle.
Professor Fig and Weasley have asked that I teach you an additional defensive spell. Please complete the assignments I have given you, and then proceed to see me in my classroom.
Ja, men. Det har vi snart lyckats med. Vi börjar med denna då.
Is she growing Punja's onion again?
Good morning, Professor Garlick. How wonderful it is to see you again, Lenora dear. Oh, here. You'll need these for today's class. A little treat for your auntie. Ah, hello. Class, please welcome the newest rose in our garden.
Det ser jävligt kul ut i
We
han
do
kör.
look forward to growing together. How thrilling it is to have everyone back together again. This year will be filled with enchantment and excitement, but the most important thing cultivated in herbology is knowledge. The prudent herbologist is no more afraid of the venomous tentacula than the bouncing bulb. Now then, today we will be acquainting ourselves with the mellifluous tuber known as the mandrake root. Accio. Let's see if we can't make our fibrous friends a bit more comfortable, shall we? First, let's protect our ears. Now, everyone, grip their mandrake by the tendrils and give it a firm tug. Quickly! Place your mandrake in the new pot and pat down the soil! spell should envelop the root like a warm, dirty blanket, putting the mandrake right at ease. Reparo! I'm very sorry about that. Yours was a bit mature, I'm afraid. All right then, off you go. Splendid work, everyone.
Hon vill ha den i...
Now, for our next task, we'll be planting dittany at our potting table.
I wonder if hippogriffs like not.
Yes, Professor.
Firstly, well done with your mandrake. They can be rather difficult to get a grasp of.
Actually, I enjoyed it. I couldn't help but catch your enthusiasm.
How kind of you. It seems you're already taking to herbology like a mandrake to fresh soil. Now, as I mentioned, next we'll be planting dittany. Let us find you some seeds.
I already have some, Professor. Picked them up in Hogsmeade.
You visited the Magic Neep. Wonderful! A prepared student is bound to bloom. I've arranged for you to have your own potting table here in the classroom. Wasn't easy to spare one on such late notice. Plant the seeds there now, and you can return to harvest them later. Even with soil, sunlight, and a bit of magic, they will take time to grow.
Let's see how to balance my star thistle arrangement. Miffler's Fancy or roses?
Dittany's restorative properties make it a vital ingredient in the Wiggenweld potion, as you all should know from Professor Sharp's class. Well done! Once it can be harvested, your dittany will be ready to use in Wiggenweld potion. I'll let Professor Sharp tell you about that. Now, what say we branch out? Introduce you to a different sort of flora, the Chinese chomping cabbage. You'll find that some plants are better suited to uses outside of a cauldron. The cabbages do get testy without something to chew. Fortunately, I have a dummy for them to gnaw on. Be a dear and let them have a good chomping.
Yes, Professor.
They're in the other greenhouse. It's just at the end of the footbridge leading out of this room. Your classmate, Mr. Pruitt, has kindly offered to accompany you. Come back and see me when you're finished. Oh, and mind your fingers. They do bite.
The best time to plant a seed is last season. The second best time is now.
Hello. Saw you on your way to Hogsmeade the other day. Nice to meet you. I'm Leander. I'll be showing you the Chinese... Nice work in Defense Against the Dark Arts, by the way.
Excuse me?
Your duel with Sebastian. And he's good. Thinks he's really good. But you outright slaughtered him. It was brilliant.
Oh. Well, thank you.
I nearly put Sebastian in his place myself. I mean, I would have, if Hecate hadn't stopped me.
Didn't she stop that dragon skull?
Here we are. Home of the Chinese... Now, see that dummy? Just toss the cabbages at it, and they'll do the rest. Look at that! They'll chomp on anything they can get their mouths on. Mum planted some in her garden last year to keep the gnomes out. Did save her the de-gnoming, but they left her honking daffodils in tatters. Vicious little bastards, aren't they? My kind of plants. Not like stupid booba tubers and bouncing bulbs.
Cool.
The kind of plants that just have your back in a fight. Not saying you can't go it alone, but... Well, imagine that wasn't a dummy.
I suppose they could prove useful outside of the greenhouse. Nothing wrong with a bit of backup, even if it is from a cabbage.
It's chaos out there. Trolls in Hogsmeade and such. You can't be above throwing a cruciferous vegetable if necessary. Dogweed and deathcap has more of them, if you're keen. Other plants too. Ones your parents wouldn't plant in the garden. You get the idea. Anyway, we probably ought to head back to class. Take your time. I'll see you back in class.
All of my relatives work at the ministry. Every one of them. I suppose I'll probably
Ja, det var inte det jag ville göra.
Revelio.
Ja. Så många saker som möjligt. Det vet vi. Jag har lärt oss sätta nu.
And with that helpful reminder as to why we should always wear our dragon hide gloves, I shall end our
I tended to the Chinese chomping cabbages, Professor.
Remarkable plants, aren't they? I hope they weren't too much trouble. Oh, don't see any bite marks or missing digits. And good, as you do seem to be quite green-fingered. Oh, I'm eager to see your skill in the soil continue to blossom.
Magical plants have so much to offer. I'm eager to learn more.
I'm glad. Herbology is a bounteous subject. Tend to your garden, and it will tend to you. Huh. Well, I suppose that's everything. Do come by for a chat sometime. I so enjoy checking in with my new students.
I do wonder about...
Those mandrakes are really relishing their new pots. Only cost me my damn hearing.
As well as friendships, kindness and concern are as necessary in the greenhouse as in the Great Hall.
Då tar vi nästa.
It's a relief to finally have an artwork to wide out.
Revelio.
Ja, det var ett lås. It was a lock.
Do you think the queen to be in a half transfigured?
Ettan där ska vara alltså 11 plus 2 är 13 7 8 då spindel. Andra ska vara 7 6, det är alltså 5 plus 9 är 14. Så vi har nummer 3. Och det är den. Efter detta ska jag hoppa till Hogsmeade och sälja saker. Och den har vi inte lärt oss ännu.
Shouldn't there be auras or someone from the ministry guarding the school after the incident in Hogsmeade? I rather enjoy transfiguration.
Desk. I bet he knows more than he's letting on about the Goblin Rebellion.
Potions is one of the most challenging and hazardous subjects taught at this school. As fifth years, you will be required to reach new heights of both discipline and intellect. You will begin this term by brewing a Wiggenweld potion. Mr. Takar, can you tell us why this particular potion might come in handy?
Yes, Professor Sharp. The Wiggenweld potion can be used to sterilize and even heal a variety of injuries.
It can heal some injuries, but not all. Points for Ravenclaw. Before today's class is completed, each of you will have brewed a Wiggenweld potion of your own. You never know when you might need it. Please begin. Use a strong, even motion when crushing your ingredients. Please be meticulous when adding powder to your potions. One errant sneeze could be disastrous.
Du har rätt.
I see most of you have not forgotten how to stir. Not an easy potion to brew. Well done. And from what I hear of your recent exploits in Hogsmeade, you'd also do well to practice brewing the defensive Edurus potion. Professor Weasley had you acquire the recipe from J. Pippin's, correct?
Yes, sir.
Good. For the moment, you can find the ingredients you need in my office. But in the future, you'll be expected to provide your own ingredients. Some can be harvested from the plants you grow in your herbology class, and rarer ones can be purchased. Others, however, may be harder to obtain, and will require you to be a bit more resourceful. Come and see me when you've finished brewing, and we'll see if it was skill or luck the first time around.
Professor Sharp said that Wiggenweld potion.
My parents considered Professor Sharp must have learned a lot during his time as an Auror. I wish he talked about it more.
I was impressed that you were able to answer Professor Sharp's question about the Wiggenweld potion.
Oh, you're the new student.
Yeah.
I've heard much about you. Thank you. I'm Amit, by the way. Pleasure, truly.
Amit.
And I've never seen anyone brew such a flawless Wiggenweld potion on their first try. Well done.
I'm glad I was able to get it right the first time.
You must simply have a knack for potion making. Some students seem so confounded by potion recipes, it's as if they're written in gobbledygook. A fascinating language, by the way. Neither here nor there, really, but I am a self-taught speaker. Merlin's beard, good conversation is the enemy of free time. I must return my book, Gateway to the Far Stars, before my next class. Speaking of stars, we'll be in astronomy together. You'll love it. Professor Shaw is firm, but quite clever. See you soon, no doubt.
Yep. Ja, jag såg in här.
Did I hear Professor Sharp say that you have permission?
Ja, men.
He did say that. He wants me to get more ingredients to brew another potion.
Brilliant! You, my friend, have been presented with an extraordinary opportunity. You remember me, don't you? Gareth Weasley.
Ah, yes. We met in the common room.
Listen, anyone with a troll-sized brain can brew an Edurus potion. I'm working on something that's certain to be spectacular. I'm just missing one tiny last ingredient that will add that extra spark.
I suspect that's where I come in.
You're as clever as I'd hoped. I simply need a single Fwooper feather. As you'll already be in Sharp's office with his permission, perhaps you could grab it for me.
I don't know, Gareth. I don't want to get on Sharp's bad side.
You won't. Whooper feathers aren't that valuable. Sharp won't even miss it.
Very well. I'll bring you a Whooper feather.
Brilliant! Wait until you see what I'm brewing. Hurry back to me when you have the feather.
A well-prepared... Remember, precision is key when brewing.
Here's the Whooper feather you wanted.
Brilliant! Thank you! This is going to take a moment to brew. You should get back to brewing your Endurus potion, and I'll tell you when this concoction's finished.
Should you chop the Dittany or crush it? The wrong answer could result in the unfortunate loss of your eyebrows.
Ja, du behöver inte göra någonting idag. Vi ska bara vänta. Har vi låst upp 2?
And now we add the mallow sweet, and... That's odd. What's happening? Wait, it's not supposed to... Ah!
Get it!
Oh! Dragon Dog! What happened?
Well done, Gareth.
What now, Mr. Weasley?
You're awesome!
Sorry, Professor.
That'll be points from Gryffindor.
Game
Again,
lady!
Mr. Weasley did not do this on his
Tack så
own.
mycket.
His accomplice will answer to me as
You're
well.
awesome.
I brewed an Endurus potion as you asked, Professor.
I'm surprised you had the time. You seemed rather busy helping Mr. Weasley brew chaos.
Grym är du, då blir game lady. Wonder.
I'm sorry, Professor. I was merely trying to help a friend.
Taking responsibility for one's
Hello,
actions
Wanda.
does go a long way with me. I shall assume that you've learnt a lesson. As for the work you did today at your own cauldron, I will say you've done well.
Gick det bra i
I confess I was skeptical, given the advanced nature of this class and the fact you're a new student.
I'm glad I was able to meet your expectations.
A rare occurrence. And you do well to remember that you're not a potions master quite yet.
Ja, det är samma.
In addition to
Stort
having a
ram
solid
och så ha en
grasp of how to
bra
combine
ram.
various
Tack för att du
ingredients,
kikade in.
you should gain
Tack
an
för dig,
understanding of the ingredients themselves. Pay particular attention in herbology. The plants you nurture there are often essential to the potions you brew here. Now, I recommend that you find a safe location in which to practice brewing. You cannot leave a hot cauldron simply anywhere. That'll be all.
Jaha, så du har klarat detta
I
spelet?
think each of us has had enough excitement for one day. Class is dismissed.
Ugh, my robes are going to reek.
Så nu ska jag till henne, men jag hoppar hit först. Jag behöver sälja lite saker. Jag hoppas alla har en bra torsdag. Hoppas alla får en bra dag. Då ska vi se. Fan var det man... Vi tänder upp den med, så gör vi. Nej, man gjorde inte det nu. Springer alltid galet annars.
Lumacchio!
Before you ask, I'm all out of the new socks, so if your feet are smelly, you'll have to work it out for yourself. Plenty for your perusal today. Take your time.
Ska sälja.
If I haven't said it before, it's a pleasure doing business with you.
Kom igen nu då, sälj då.
I suspect you have a sharp eye for fashion. Be sure to stop by whenever you're about.
Ska vi se nu den, så tar vi så.
Hello there. Ready for a little change
Hello
in
there.
fashion, are we?
Vart skulle jag nu? Den kan vi ju ta. Vi kommer springa hit så jävla ofta. World map. Så dit bort. Jag har inte låst upp någon sån. Då hade jag det. Då kan vi tracka den så vet jag vart vi ska. Ja. Alltså det är bara man får flyga igen. Det är ju hela grejen med detta spelet. Mycket bättre var den då. Vad har du för gear and talent? 4, ja men den tar vi. Ja precis, slåss. Just det, jag ska göra några grejer med här. Fan. Jag måste komma ihåg.
It is good to see you, my friend.
Alltså. Varför har jag samma grejer för? Då cyklar jag den, ja men då tar vi den. Här kommer finnas massa grejer. Det måste man låsa upp och komma in. Hi.
Hello, sir. What do you sell here?
Hello, I'm Jalal Semi, and this is my potion shop. I can answer any questions you have about the town.
The town? I don't care. But the town.
What do you have for sale?
What can I help you with today? I'll have no trouble
ska
selling
spara
this.
pengar.
Thank you.
Åh, nu
To
ska vi
see you
prata med
again
henne.
sometime.
Natti, jag kommer.
It
Hey,
is
Natty.
good to see.
Hello, Natty. How are you? I hope you've recovered from our rather eventful trip to Hogsmeade.
I am well, but I have been worried about you, my friend. With Ranrock and Rookwood and Harlow after you,
I'm all right at the moment.
We did not speak about it at the time, but I am hoping now you might tell me why they were looking for you.
They want something that Professor Fig and I found at Gringotts.
When were you at Gringotts?
Just before we came to Hogwarts. In fact, it's why I was late to the sorting ceremony. A portkey brought us there after the dragon attacked our carriage.
What on earth?
There's one more thing. It's a bit odd, if I'm honest. Professor Fig says I have a rare connection to a powerful form of ancient magic.
Is that the magic you used fighting the trolls in Hogsmeade?
I think so. I'm still learning, but I can see traces of it, and I've cast magic I can't otherwise explain. I know that's a lot to absorb.
It is. And I will have more questions. For now, it is safe to say that Rookwood and Harlow are a threat to both of us. To all of us. Which is why I wanted to speak to you. I realized something that day in Hogsmeade. You displayed such courage fighting that troll. And Serona wasn't intimidated one bit by Rookwood and Harlow. Both of you have inspired me to take a stand of my own.
What sort of stand?
Men like Rookwood and Harlow are the reason my mother and I left Matibililand. I am not going to sit by and watch them destroy my new home.
Good. Rookwood and Harlow are a dangerous pair.
Yep.
And the fact that they're working with Ranrock.
All the more reason they must be stopped. Rumor has it that Theophilus Harlow runs Rookwood's day-to-day operations. Taking him down would cripple Rookwood's entire enterprise.
That may be true, but shouldn't Officer Singer handle someone like Harlow?
I spoke with her. She was polite, but perhaps understandably would not discuss details with a student. I overheard some of Rookwood's lot talking about a massive poaching operation that Harlow is planning. I was thinking that we could investigate a bit, try to get the evidence that Officer Singer needs.
All right, but how?
I am going to watch and listen, find out precisely what Harlow is up to. I shall reach out when I know more. In the meantime, remember, I am here if you need me.
Thank you, Natty.
Be on your guard.
I beg your pardon. How dare you threaten me?
What's going on here?
Might I beseech you for some assistance?
Hello. Can I help you?
Oh, thank goodness. Yes. My name is Grace Pinch Smedley. Of the Bath Pinch Smedleys? I was hoping someone would come along soon. I was about to defy my father's wishes and would never have forgiven myself. You see, I need to retrieve something from the bottom of the lake. Might you be the one to help me?
Diving into the lake sounds like an adventure. Tell me more.
Splendid. Precisely the response I'd hoped for.
What do you need help retrieving?
Years ago, my grandfather, who fancied himself quite the astronomer, set sail from Hogsmeade Station for what was meant to be a quick stargazing cruise with my grandmother. They never returned.
I'm so sorry. What happened to them?
We can't be sure. We only know that neither they nor their boat made it back to shore. They were presumed drowned. Father was so distraught that he forbade our family from setting foot on or in the Black Lake ever again. A treasured family astrolabe vanished with them that night. If you could dive down and retrieve it, I may be able to bring my father some peace.
It sounds dangerous, especially for something of mere sentimental value.
I understand. But I'd be forever grateful. Of course, you may discover much more than the astrolabe. Anything else you found would be all yours. I've cross-referenced the vessel's last alleged location against the lake's topography, depth charts, and tide schedule. My best guess is that it's just over there, about a furlong from the dock. It would be wonderful to have my grandfather's astrolabe back. I do hope you find the astrolabe. It would mean so much to our family.
It sounds as if her astrolabe is just northeast of the dock. I should dive down and see.
Vi tar detta till att börja med. Då får vi slåss
They
lite.
must have come this way. Think!
I've no idea who it is you think I might have seen. I've been busy with my research. I do not have time to...
Victor Rookwood don't give a doxy's nip back your time. Oi! Speak of the devil. Mr. Rookwood would like a word with you.
A student? You can't be...
Enough out of you.
Leave her alone.
Oh.
Stupefy!
Incendio!
I'll watch the light go out of your eyes.
Alltså.
Get on, Potato!
Incendio.
We can hold them off!
I'm not going anywhere with you.
You'll take this student off of my dead
Leviosa.
body!
What have you done?
You're going to regret that.
Potato!
Hello, so.
What on earth just happened? I've never been accosted in such a manner, and so close to Hogwarts.
Du kan prata med henne.
Are you all right?
I am, thanks in no small part to your excellent defensive skills. Care to tell me why 2 Ashwinders were ready to dispatch me to get to you?
Ashwinders?
Victor Rookwood's thieves and extortionists, his little cronies. They seemed quite keen on you.
It's a long story, but thank you for your help.
Well, you've avoided them for the moment. Priya warned me things were getting dangerous. Best get moving on my research before they return.
You're a researcher?
Nora Treadwell at your service, historian and archaeologist specializing in Merlin's work and life.
Merlin? Of the legend of King Arthur?
The very same. Merlin attended Hogwarts, you know, and I'm studying some curious fixtures he left here centuries ago.
Fixtures?
These vine-covered pillars, dozens of them, all around the area. I've taken to calling them the Trials of Merlin. I believe he created them as a diversion for his fellow Slytherins. He was terribly fond of puzzles and enigmas.
I can see why you're so interested in Merlin. I'd be keen to know more about the trials.
Well then, I'll let you in on a little secret. No one has yet managed to figure out how they work. But I believe I have just unlocked a crucial
I
clue.
see.
I suspect that Mallowsweet is an important component in getting the trials to work.
Mallowsweet?
Versatile herb. Merlin repeatedly mentioned it in his writings. I had just arrived to test my theory when I was so rudely interrupted. You see, each swirl in Merlin's writing has a symbol in the centre. That started me thinking, what if...
The Mallowsweet is meant to be placed at the centre of the symbols.
Precisely. Would you care to do the honours? We can see what comes of our little hypothesis. I brought a trunk chock full of Mallowsweet with me. It's just over there by my tent.
This trunk?
Yes, take plenty, even if you already have some.
I have the Mallowsweet.
Lovely. Now, notice the vines on these pillars here, as well as a stone swell on the ground. Each trial has these features. Place the Mallowsweet on the swell, and we'll see what happens. My word! Did you see that? The vines disappeared!
What should I do now?
This is uncharted
The flames make the pyre
territory.
sink.
I am curious about these pyres.
Incendio!
Välkommen in till min ölstuga som inte finns. Välkommen in till min ölstuga som inte finns.
Tack, Elis. Tack som fan, Elis. Grym är du.
Hardly believe it.
Välkommen in till min ölstuga. Jag gillar den. Det är den bästa punklåten i Sverige.
I take it we can call that a
Danke,
success.
danke.
We can indeed. However, I now have even more questions. How does it work? I must review my notes. I may have missed something.
Are all of the trials like this one?
Oh, not precisely.
Så.
Well, I think
Sträcka
each has
på mig.
those telltale vines and the swirl on the ground. You should feel free to solve them as you come across them.
Jag
I
sugen
believe
på
I have
Harry
what I
Potter
need
varit. Ja,
to
men det är
continue
faktiskt
my
bra filmer.
research. My guess is
Jag är inte
that
mycket
each
för Harry
will
Potter,
also
men filmerna
require
är bra.
mallow sweet, which you can find in Hogsmeade
Spelet tycker
should
jag
you
att det
need
var
more.
riktigt bra.
I really must be off.
Men
Such a
funderar
pleasure to
även på att
meet
börja
you.
om på Assassin's Creed
And do be
Valhalla.
careful out here. Now, I've got what I needed. I shall return to the safety of my notes and books.
Tack. Nu klarar vi den. Vi kan låsa upp. Vi tar det sidequestet. Låser vi upp det då. Minecraft hopp.
I never thought Ramrock's loyal.
Pardon me, is everything all right?
Hardly. I've just lost my business and almost my life. You'd best look elsewhere for wares. I've nothing to sell
Jag har
now.
lärt mig att köra på
I thought it'd
tangentbord.
come to
Fan, jag
this.
körde alltid Minecraft.
Be on your guard.
Både på PS3 och
Ramrock and his
PS4.
loyalists will spare no one.
They attacked you.
Valhalla
Well,
dragit
Ramrock
igenom
has
på...
no patience for goblins who won't join him.
Tangentbord.
While I too would like to see goblin kind treated by wizards as equals, bloodshed is not the
Men det är mycket
answer.
lättare med handkontroll.
When I said as much,
när man är
they
van vid det,
turned
så
on
kan man
me,
köra handkontroll.
struck me till I nearly passed out. Took my carts, my belongings, even that which is most precious to me, my paintings.
Ja, men.
I'm sorry this happened to you.
Jag orkar
I shall
inte
certainly keep
fråga
an eye
alla.
out for your cards.
That is very kind of you, but I think they took them to their camp southwest of here, just past some ruins. Too dangerous to try and retrieve them. I did enchant the carts to return to me if I ever lost them, however. Slim though the chances may be, I'm holding out hope that some of what was taken is returned to me.
Vi
It was
kör
nice
inte det
meeting
nu.
you.
Vi hoppar tillbaka. Vi måste lära oss mer. Här har vi också någonting. Just så skulle bada där. Nej. Nej. Hogwarts. Den ska jag. Så har jag inte fått några lampor där. Fuck. Vad är de närmsta då? Där. Ja, det är faktiskt ett bra spel. Ja, Gillis, det är lugnt, vet du. Ha det, tack för att du kikar in. Tack för att du följer. Jag vet du streamar med att jag får in och följa tillbaka. I promise you. Ut med. Jag hänger inte med på dem. Där fick vi en lampa, bra.
Revelio.
Now that I have all my
Jo,
gobstones
vi ska
back,
köra den.
I'm ready to take on all
Var det
challenges.
Leviosa?
Levioso.
Leviosa, inte Leviosa.
They say herbology is the study of magical
Revelio.
Visst är det.
Levioso.
You there? Yes, you. I wonder if you might...
You wanted to see me, sir?
Yes, Sir Nicholas de Mimsy Porpington, at your service.
Nice to meet you, Sir Nicholas.
I know about the book you found and its missing pages. I may be able to help. Follow me, if you will. It's not too far.
Okay.
Wait, how do you know about the book? And that it's missing pages?
Word gets around amongst the ghosts. You were spotted with Mr. Sallow in the restricted section. Don't worry, your secret's safe with me.
Okay.
This may be a leap, but I believe I know who ended up with those pages. I'd be happy to take you to him, if you'd be so kind as to perform a small favor for me along the way.
Okay.
A small favor in exchange for getting those pages.
Yes, it's nothing really. I'd be grateful if you could simply go into the kitchen and procure a little rotten roast beef.
I beg your pardon. Roast beef. Rotten roast beef.
That is correct. Rotten roast beef. If one floats through it just right, one can almost taste it.
Ugh. I suppose I can do that. But why me?
It's simple, my young friend. My ghostly form cannot carry it. Now, if you'd be so kind as to collect the roast beef, I shall explain everything else in due course.
Revelio.
Here we are. Tickle the pear and head on in.
Did you say tickle the pear?
Yes, in the painting. I'll wait right here. Do try not to get in the way of the house elves. I'm already imagining the sweet aroma of rotten roast beef.
A student
Never will
in the
understand
kitchen.
students.
What could
Plenty
they
of
want?
delicious food and what found themselves a bit peckish likely.
Certainly
how
makes
hungry
Rookie's
growing
job
humans-
easier.
It smells glorious in here. Revelio. Here's a welcome treat. Delicious.
Ja, ska vi se.
Ugh, there's a disgusting smell. I must be getting close.
A student? What a treat! What can Finky get for you? A pumpkin pasty? Perhaps some Welsh rabbit?
Sounds lovely, but what I really need is this rotten roast beef.
Ah, Nick sent you, didn't he? Please help yourself. Finky supposes Nick's tired of loitering about simply to experience the faintest memory of the taste of food.
It was nice to meet you. Thank you for the beef.
Happy to help, and to meet you as well. Please give Nick Finky's regards.
I've gained a new appreciation. Revelio.
Passa på allting vi kan. Ah! Du vet det, jag ska tillbaka hit.
Ah, you're back. No trouble, I take it?
Not at all. Fienke sends her regards, along with the rotten roast beef.
Ah, glad to hear it. Kind elf, Finky. Now, let's get that beef to Sir Patrick Delaney Podmore, and you'll be one step closer to finding those pages.
This is all rather cryptic, Sir Nicholas. What's going on?
Terribly sorry, I'm getting ahead of myself. Sir Patrick organises the Headless Hunt, a group of headless ghosts who gather for various, headless activities.
Headless activities?
Yes, you'll see. Anyway, I don't know how, but a member of that hunt, Richard Jackdaw, had the pages when he was alive. My plan is to take the rotten roast beef to Sir Patrick so that he'll allow me, us, to engage with the hunt and speak to Jackdaw. Shall we?
Very well. I'd like to meet Sir Patrick myself and see this headless hunt.
Ah, wonderful. You won't regret it. Do stay behind me. It's Sir Patrick we want.
Oi, Nesta, look who's here.
What have we told you, nearly headless Nick?
Hello, Sir Ramsay. Do let us pass. We've brought a little something for Sir Patrick.
Probably come to try to beg his way in again.
Do they always talk to you like that?
Ah, all in good fun. Once Sir Patrick lets me join the Headless Hunt, I'll be right there with them. This offering is sure to win him over.
Don't forget why I'm here, sir.
Rest assured, you'll have your information from a young Jackdaw in no time. Wherever he may be.
What I'd give for a flagon of mead or a nice leg of lamb right about now. Then this party would be complete.
How about the next best thing, Sir Patrick?
Ah, Sir Nicholas. And a student. Who let you in?
We brought you a gift.
This is all very suspicious. What do you really want? As if I need to ask.
It's Richard Jackdaw. Where can we find him? May we speak to him?
Jackdaw, eh? Why,
Oh,
here
nu
he
får jag
is
henne.
now. What a
Let's go then.
shame. Without his head. I bet you've always wondered what that's like, eh, Nick?
Sir, you jest.
It's bound to be around here somewhere. Probably being used in a game. If you find it, I give you my permission to speak with him, my young mortal. It's the least I can do for you for bringing this putrescent gift home.
Sir, there's another matter I wish to discuss with you, if I may.
Tut, tut, Sir Nicholas. How many times do I have to tell you? Our entry requirements are quite clear.
But, sir,
we aren't the headless except for a little bit of tendon hunt, after all. Now, please, follow me, and I shall help you find your way out.
Farewell, my young friend. Perhaps your luck with these chaps will be better than mine.
If the headsman could only see me now.
Who will be next to play our little game of hide-and-seek amongst the pumpkins?
Hello again. Can you help me?
Ah, Sir Nicholas's young friend. Has he abandoned you?
Not at all. I need to speak to Richard Jackdaw. Sir Patrick said his head might be around here somewhere.
Indeed it might be. It is a bit unorthodox to include a mortal, but if you do wish to speak with him... Oh, why not? You can speak with Jackdaw if you can find his head amongst these pumpkins. Not just once, but 5 times. Good old Dumfrey will move the head to a different spot each time you find it. Those are the rules. What say you?
If that's what I need to do to speak to Jackdaw, I'll do it.
Marvellous! Of course, a mortal holding a wand has an advantage over us ghosts. You can simply blast away to your heart's content. Remember,
The game's not over until you find him 5 times. Begin!
I could do that too if I had a wand and a body.
Revelio.
I'm glad
Discovered already? Looks like we need to find another
Revelio.
pumpkin to hide in, eh, Jackdaw?
Whatever you say, Dumfrey. This is not my finest moment.
I could do that too if I had a wand and a body.
I've never seen a place like this.
Here we go again.
Revelio.
Åh, det är någon som lagar riktigt god mat.
Oh, what fun! A student is playing.
You make this look easier than it's supposed to be.
Revelio.
Who would have thought a mortal would be so good at this? You've almost got...
Well, good job, I suppose. But we're not through with you.
Revelio.
I've never seen it played like this. How delightful.
Well done. Of course, having a wand served you well. Still, I believe congratulations are in order.
Not too bad for a mortal. Now, say what you need to say to old Jackdaw here, hmm? You've earned it.
Nicely done. But what's going on? You're not a member of the Headless Hunt.
No, I'm not. Sir Nicholas said you might know the location of some pages I'm looking for.
Merlin's beard. I know precisely the ones you mean. I pinched them from Peeves. How could I forget? The map on those pages led me to my demise. I was not ready for what awaited me in that cave. The pages are likely still mouldering away with my, remains. Quite a final adventure, I must confess.
The pages are why you lost your head, and I must visit a cave and search for your corpse.
Yes. You'd think a decapitated ghost would get used to the word corpse. Say, here's an idea. Why don't you meet me at the edge of the Forbidden Forest, and I'll show you where to go?
I need those pages, so I suppose I'd better meet you. Thank you.
Not to worry. I'll just need to be reunited with my body first. But Dumfrey can handle that. See you at the forest's edge.
Jamen, det kommer vi göra. En yta som man är olika hela tiden när det kommer till de här. 7%. Jag ska låsa upp. Collections skiter vi. Mer eller mindre. Åh jävlar vad rapar. Jag missade en. Skit i den nu. Nu ska vi ha... Challenges var det väl. Den har vi påbörjat. Bra, och den är påbörjad. Den är påbörjad. Bra. Ja. Elfa. Vi måste börja ha de här fula hattarna och det. Var den snygg? Ja, den var snyggare. Offen. Ja, får vi den. Jag har ont i magen. Så jävla ont i magen. Vi måste göra den först. Och så ska vi dodga. Ja, bra, då vet jag det. Kan vi gå till den. Så, nu blir jag snart, jag måste bajsa. Ja.
Hello there. Come in, look around, and if you've been eating chocolate frogs, please refrain from touching. I suspect you have a sharp eye for fashion. Be sure to stop by whenever you're about.
Revelio. Accio.
Vi drar tillbaka till jag tar den då. Jag kan plocka på sig lite såna här så länge. Det är så jag löser allting. Hey, kissekatt!
The secret is do the hard work first.
Ja, men alltså allvarligt talat, kan vi inte klättra över en mur? Det är pinsamt spel. Ja.
A map. It doesn't appear to be connected to the missing pages.
A lamb to the slaughter. You've made a grave mistake. You will pay for your deeds.
And no one to share in my victory. Revelio. Incendio. Levioso. Incendio. Incendio. Incendio.
Och det vet jag väl inte vad jag ska göra.
Accio.
Ja, vi skiter i den här. Jag orkar inte tänka just nu. Vi hoppar tillbaka och så slåss vi någonstans. Hogwarts. Egentligen skulle jag hoppa dit bort och slåss med varje, men jag gör det när det är ljust. Spindla. Det gör vi. Jag kan hoppa hit då, world map. Gör den. Och så gör vi så M.
If you're here for my wares...
After what Ranrock did to that goblin banker at Gringotts, I shouldn't be surprised at what happened to Arn.
Vargar och spindlar, vad fan händer?
Incendio! Incendio!
Quests. Nej, det ska vi inte göra. Ja, jag har någonting. Jag slåss vi mot dem här.
Incendio. Leviosa. Incendio. Incendio.
Vi bara dodga med.
Past the ruins. I'm on the right track.
Åh, skit nu det. Åh jävlar.
Yes.
Åh. Nu kan vi hoppa tillbaka där. Jag måste ner. Vad fan? Ja, men det är så jävla drygt det här jävla spelet. Jag vill ha dig. Ja, då sätter vi den först. Vänta, fitta. West. Så. Åh, så ska jag vara på toalett. Åh ja.
I hope you were able to take care of...
Professor, I completed all of your most recent assignments.
Så ja.
Well done. Then you're ready to learn Expelliarmus. Pay close attention. The disarming charm may often be all you need to defeat the most powerful dark witches and wizards you might encounter. Spellcasting requires a focused mind and a steady wand. Good work. The dummy is here if you wish to stay and practice.
Nej, det är så.
Expelliarmus!
You seem to have the right end of the stick, but keep
Levioso.
practicing. Expelliarmus may save your life one day.
Expelliarmus! Levioso! Professor, do you have a moment?
I do. What is it?
I wondered, did you attend Hogwarts?
I did. I am a proud member of Ravenclaw House. Why do you ask?
I was curious as to how Hogwarts has changed over the years.
I see. Well, the castle itself, as I'm sure you have surmised, is full of surprises. I dare say more than the staircases change around here. As for the students, well, they seem to get more capable every year. Although, we got up to just as much mischief in my day as you seem to now. I used to look the other way at all sorts of roguery when I was head girl. I can tell you, however, that I did once admonish a certain Phineas Nigellus Black for enjoying a sugar quill during a lecture.
I hadn't realized that you and Professor Black were, students here together.
Appearances can be deceiving. You see, I was once wounded by time itself.
Time itself? I never would have imagined such a thing.
Ah, well, it was the risk I took with my prior position. You may or may not have heard that I was an unspeakable at the Ministry for years.
An unspeakable? What does...
As you might suspect, I cannot speak about what we did. Suffice it to say, the job was not without its hazards. Now, I hope I've satisfied your curiosity for the moment.
You have. Thank you for speaking with me, Professor.
Keep up with your wand work. One must always be prepared for mischief, both inside and outside of the castle.
Gubbe i alla fall. Jo då, det är bara fint. Tråkigt väder i alla fall. Varför väljer jag alltid fel de här jävla lampjävlarna? Varenda gång har jag. Jag var inne och kollade lite med.
Expelliarmus!
Ja, så måste man ha det. Då gör så här då.
Incendio!
Åh, jag är framme.
Levioso!
Future champion coming through.
Hello, Lucan. Is the final round of Cross Wands ready?
Big match today. It all comes down to this. The moment that we find out if your training and dedication is enough to win it all. Ready for a shot at glory?
I certainly am.
Brilliant. Are you dealing with a partner?
Yes, Sebastian.
Then let's get started.
We can make this a real victory.
Jag lovar nog det jag ska göra. Åh fan, de är 4.
Expelliarmus!
Act like a winner.
You're better than that! Protego! Levioso!
Find the one.
Levioso!
Levioso.
Expelliarmus!
There goes my weight.
Protego. Give him what for.
Protego! Expelliarmus!
Levioso. Don't shy away now.
Protego!
Some big hits that round.
Yay!
What a victory! You've won the tournament!
I'm just pleased to have done as well as I did.
And we're pleased to have such a gracious champion. Now, to the victor goes the prize! And so it is my great honour to present you with this simple yet elegant token of supreme dueling accomplishment.
Thank you. It's been an honor.
You earned it. You are a duelist to be reckoned with. Now that we've definitively crowned the tournament winner, I suppose I should get back to my schoolwork. Wonder how my herbology plants are doing. I haven't tended them in ages.
Ja, då var man färdig med det här. Nej, inte jag har den kvar.
Hello, Lucan. I'd like to practice with the training dummy.
Excellent idea. This time will be a bit more of a challenge. Ready?
That'd be brilliant.
Wonderful. I'll set things up. Remember to cast all the spell combinations before the dummy lands again. If you need to stop practicing before you finish all of them, let me know.
Accio. Incendio. Levioso.
Excellent form.
Nej!
Something.
Jag var för snabb.
Levioso. Accio. Incendio.
Nicely done.
Accio. Incendio. Levioso. Accio. Incendio.
That's it. Impressive woodwork. I'd hate to face you in your
Det är
duel.
lugnt ändå.
Thanks, Lucan. You've been a great help.
Oh, stop. Don't make me blush. Seriously, well done. Training dummies will think twice before challenging you again. Even though you won the tournament already. I'm glad
Viktigt
to see you
fixade
haven't
göra det.
stopped
Ja, jag
training.
vet.
Stay sharp, my friend.
Vad har vi klarat nu här? Och där har vi den. Defeat spiders. Då är frågan. Wests. Nu kan vi köra den. Vi kör den. What the fuck? Vi kommer mörda en massa spindlar nu.
If I wanted this little excitement, I'd have a job at a bank.
Here I am, as good as my word.
Here I am. Imorgon är det för fan Formel 1 med. Jag får inte glömma. Det får vi
We
inte
meet
glömma.
again, Richard Jackdaw.
I suppose I shouldn't be surprised to see you. Just like a Gryffindor to brave the Forbidden Forest in pursuit of adventure.
Well said. Now where do we go from here?
Follow me. I shall lead you as far as I can, but I fear I may remain a tad reluctant to revisit the scene of my demise. Keep your eyes open for a bird bath. When you find it, say Intramuros. I think it's Latin. Or Greek. As you can imagine, I never paid much attention in school. Shall we?
Aside from the bird bath, anything else I should look for?
Indeed. A few landmarks. A stone bridge, a waterfall, and, if I recall, a lake. You'll see.
You've been very helpful. Thank you.
Surprising how much of this is, rather unfortunately, coming back to me.
Ah, I short fyra timmar.
Yes. You know, the closer we get, the more I'm remembering. Probably best I leave you to it. Simply stick to the path and keep a sharp eye out for that bird bath. Adieu. Is that Latin? Or Greek?
det kommer massa skit.
Nothing to do now but keep going.
Man kan inte döda. Ja, det är det.
The waterfall. For a thief, Jackdaw's surprisingly as good as his word.
Kanske är mörkt nu för det, men...
Something oddly solemn about this place. Such regal creatures, stags. There it is, just as Jackdaw described. Intramuros.
Aren't you a little far from home?
Ranrock knew you'd eventually lead us to whatever it is you're hiding.
Potato! How is this happening?
Huh?
No! Lucky, that's all. I won't rest.
No risk those loyalists will report back to Ranrock now. Let's see where Jackdaw...
Och så är det en massa pussel och grejer egentligen. Nej, det är mycket
Wonder
pussel på
how
det.
big this place is. I can shoot the symbol, but it doesn't stay lit for long.
Ja, men det...
Impressive. That must be where all this leads. Someone didn't want casual visitors down here.
Expelliarmus!
I wonder if any of these spells will help me through this.
Potato!
Touch those. Ugh.
Potato! Potato! Levioso!
Den ska vi ha. Ska vi se. Ja, Legendary med. Den tar vi. Så flickan. kräk.
I wonder if I can move that platform somehow. Protego! That's odd. I'd have thought Jackdaw would have been interested in this loot, but there's no sign of him. Accio! An untouched chest. Jackdaw wasn't very thorough in his search of this cave.
Ja, men. Då är vi vidare.
Protego! But if Jackdaw could solve this, so can I.
Jag hittade den. Då är frågan man ska börja på Valhalla med. Assassin's Creed Valhalla är för jävla roligt.
Not a headless skeleton in sight.
Hallå Runar!
But I may as well help myself to this.
Åh fan vad snygga bilder du tar. Jag brukar kolla på det både på Instagram och Facebook. Du är grym. Jag ska se om vi går hit. Jag har ju klart detta innan.
Accio! It's a good thing Jackdaw didn't fall down there. That's odd. I'd have thought Jackdaw would have been interested in this loot, but there's no sign of him.
Ja men du är grym Runa. Jag kommer sluta på jävlar.
Protego! untouched chest.
Ja, kolla scarf. Bättre ja. Sämre. Ja. Den är bättre.
Thora in his search of this cave. Accio.
Ja men fan, fel. Fuck. Det borde jag ju fatta.
Potato. Expelliarmus. I'm glad Richard Jackdaw left a little something behind.
En ny hatt. Där. Den tar vi. Den var ju legendary.
There it is. The bridge, it's almost complete.
Oh, come and speak.
More spiders. These can't be what beheaded Richard Jackdaw. Protego!
Ja, visst är det. Kommer mamma spindel med.
Potato! Expelliarmus! Incendio! Protego! Farewell, monster. I can only imagine how these spiders have multiplied since Jackdaw came this way.
Där har vi en, där har vi en. Och har vi en här nere har på mig. Yay! Så rensar blommor efter en fin dag. Runa.
Must be getting closer to Jackdaw's remains and those pages. We meet again, Richard Jackdaw. Thank you for keeping these pages safe all these years. Here it is, the map that brought your doom, Jackdaw.
Fuck.
Is there something beyond this room?
Jag är mycket gubbar nu.
Expelliarmus. Accio. Protego. Expelliarmus will disarm you brutes. Expelliarmus.
Oh, fuck.
Expelliarmus. Accio. Levioso.
Är det en sista här nu då?
What's happening? I've seen this before. In Gringotts and the restricted section. Where am I? Oh no, the room's starting to flood. How am I being protected? What sort of magic is this?
Oh, jag vet. Jag kom på det här om dagen. Och jag är helt kass på att använda det. Tack för tipset igen, Bruna.
I can only hope this magic protects me until I'm able to make my way out of here.
Jag klarade ju spelet i förrgår. Jag har börjat ta med en ny gubbe. Ja, är det då? Det är de med nu, va? Ja, det är det.
Can it be?
Just ja, det var med.
It's you.
Has someone finally found our map chamber?
I recognize you from the Pensieves. You're Professor Rackham.
I am indeed. I must confess that I am surprised to see someone so young standing before me.
I'm the same age that you and Isidora Morganach were when you started at Hogwarts.
You've paid attention, and might I presume you share our ability?
To see traces of ancient magic? Yes, sir, I do.
As you have likely realized by now, our ability gives us a unique relationship with all forms of magic. We can access expressions of magic that few others can. Opportunities will arise that allow you to sharpen this rare talent. Do not squander them.
I won't, Professor. Thank you.
We have much to discuss. But first, a map found in a certain book led you here. Place the book on the pedestal.
I don't have the book with me, sir.
That is unfortunate. I'm afraid we must pause our conversation until you return with the book.
Very well. I'll retrieve the book right away.
Good. We shall speak again once the book is in place.
Oh, bonk, bonk. Ja, Griffen då. Den anser jag är viktig. Och den. Då kan man göra flera. Nu trycker på T. Då har vi en rad till här. Vi kör den så länge. Jajamän, Jan-Olof menar jag. Det är lugnt.
I found the pages and the map chamber. Why would I need the book? I'm back at Hogwarts. I wonder when Professor Fig will be back. I did promise him I wouldn't neglect my studies while he was away. Suppose I have enough to distract myself with till he returns with the book.
Den får vi behålla. Det är bara så att man får... Det är samma row fast... Ser annorlunda ut då eller? Eller fattar jag fel? Tycker den var cool. Men har den så? Det är fortfarande den jag använder eller? Det verkar så. Hänger knappt med själv vad jag gör. 13! Fan vad det går undan nu.
You need to learn Depulso, the banishing charm. Useful for pushing objects or adversaries away. Complete the required tasks and meet me in my classroom.
Okej. Quests. Den tar vi först. Jag tar den. Det går närmare. Fan, jag har kört detta i... Jag ska ju göra en 12 timmars, kanske längre, en dag.
How nice to see you, my young friend.
Jag hoppas i helgen hade varit nice. Då får jag köra detta vidare och då får jag köra Assassin's Creed och Formel 1 hade jag tänkt. Kanske något mer. Kanske kod. Ja. Fitta! Jag skulle tagit den där borta. Jag tar den först. Ja. Tack.
Who do you think will fall from their broom first? Everybody grab a broom and we shall get started. Mr. Clopton, your attention, please.
Sorry, Madam Kagawa.
Everyone, please welcome a new student to our flying class.
Welcome.
Hello. The goal of today is to remind all of you how to maneuver on a broomstick safely, as broom flight is, first and foremost, a means of transportation. This, I fear, some of you have forgotten. Diving, rolling, and loop-the-loops will not be taught or in fact tolerated in this class. We'll leave that to professional Quidditch players, like the Toyohashi Tengu. Not a fan, I take it? Now, Let's see how well everyone kept up with their practice over the summer holidays. For those who need a refresher, step up to your broom, say up firmly and clearly, then kick your leg over and rest your weight on the seat. Up!
Thank you.
Now, your turn.
Hon sa thank you till hela grejen.
Up, you stupid ratty school broom.
Up.
One leg over,
Så som en
so there's a
penis.
leg on each side. None of that side saddle nonsense. A gust of wind will throw you right off. And if you hear my whistle while you're in flight, ground yourself at once. Good. Now, for your first lesson, fly through each ring in the courtyard. Do take care. The
Wish I had
brooms
my
are
own broom.
school property. I want them returned
This'll
in
take
one
some getting
piece.
used to.
Jag behöver lära mig flyga i slutet av...
Well done. Now that you're acclimatized to your broom, let's see how well you manage with a more advanced exercise, shall we? This next set of rings will take you around the grounds for more of a challenge.
What a view!
Hello. Nice day for a flight.
Hello!
Aha! Brilliant!
Ah, the old boathouse. Wish you could have experienced crossing the lake as a first year.
Ja, man kan inte jäsa än.
Whoa, our aquatic resident likes to make an appearance once in a while.
Ah!
Bra musik.
This is
Det
rather
blir lite
fun.
tyst i alla fall. Kan jag... Jajamän Runa, det är lugnt, det är lugnt. Ät och kul att du kikade in. Och tack för tipset igen. Det hade jag glömt av.
I say, I watched you fly through those rings. You seem to handle yourself on that dusty school broom well enough. I'd imagine you're ready for something a bit more challenging. But I'm getting ahead of myself. We haven't properly met. I'm Everett Clopton. Am I right in suspecting that a Gryffindor like you might be interested in a high-flying adventure?
Can't say no to that. What did you have in mind?
A bit of a detour, so to speak. Follow me. The tour is about to begin. Follow closely now. Right now, we're flying over the Transfiguration Courtyard. Lovely as ever.
Ah.
Let's hope the headmaster isn't having tea by the window today. Nice to get above it all, isn't it? Ahead of the gardens, the Hufflepuff common room windows just peek out. Bit claustrophobic for my taste.
How is Everett flying so quickly?
Here's something handy to know. Lean forward for a burst of speed. Helpful if you need to escape a tricky situation.
Ha! Now that's more like it.
You sure you're not part hippogriff? There's the famous bridge. Think of all the magic holding it up. I mean, look at it. And the owlery. That's a bit of solid architecture, isn't it?
Flying tips and a jaunt around Hogwarts.
Haha.
This is quite the tour, Everett.
Kagawa's whistle. This concludes our tour. Best hurry back. Looks like he's already dismissed class. Better hurry and hand in our brooms. Dismount here.
And where have you two been?
Oh, hello, Professor. We were trying to get a bit of extra practice in.
Hefty points will be taken from each of you for not following my instructions. Mr. Clopton, I am disappointed in you. You're in this class because you're still not showing yourself, or frankly, your broom the proper respect.
But, Professor...
Enough! Class is finished for the day. As for you, you do well to use better judgment in the future. Chin up. That was some rather good flying.
Sorry about that business with Kagawa, but you have to admit, those views were worth it.
It was worth losing a few house points for that detour.
You seem at home on a broom. Bet if you had a fancy model, you could fly laps around Imelda. She's Kagawa's favorite. I could show her a thing or two if I had my own broom. Hate having to return the school broom after class.
Perhaps I have to purchase a broom then?
If you can, you should. Wish I could. I recommend visiting Albie Weeks at Spintwitches in Hogsmeade. He's always looking to test new models. I'll keep an eye out for you in the sky.
Det var den. Och så ska vi se potion. Quest, vad hade jag för den? Maximian Durpulsen. Usen simultly. Och en focus potion. Okej. Vad har vi för grejer? Jag har Dorius. Jag har inte de andra än. Vi drar till Hogsmeade och köper en broom. Vi vill ha en egen. Fuck. Nu vill vi väl ha börjat... Nej men fan, fitt. Ursäkta att jag säger fula ord. Men på den här kanalen så svär vi. Follow butterflies. Vi kommer lösa det en dag. Just nu ska vi till köpa en broom.
I've not forgotten about our library venture. How did you fare? If you're keen for some illicit spell practice, meet me outside the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom. I know a discreet place near there.
Ja, den ska vi ha. Vi måste kunna mörka.
Please meet me in the 7th floor corridor as soon as you can. I have an
Hello, Mr. Weeks, is it?
Albie Weeks at your service. Welcome to Spintwitches. Apologies if you came by before and weren't able to come in. Shop's been closed since trade routes were disrupted. Had to travel as far as London to meet with my supplier. And I've only just returned, thankfully with inventory. I presume you're in the market for a new broom? Got a few rare U-weavers available. Ember Dash, Silver Arrows. Wind Wisps too. No matter what broom you choose, you'll be pleased. They're all exceptional, both in quality and performance.
Sounds quite the array of brooms. I'll have a look around. Thank you.
What are we looking for today? That item is of the highest quality.
Vilken ska vi ha? Jag har 2 väskor i som en Harley Davidson. Och en lampa.
That item is of the highest quality.
Det ser ut som en penis där framme med. Ja, det ser ut som en... Oj, nej.
That item is of the highest quality.
Nej, jag köper den.
You'll be thrilled with that broom, I promise you. Nice doing business with you. Whilst nearly any broom will certainly be a step up from the practice brooms in Kagawa's class, they all have their limitations. You seem to be a flyer who might be interested in, say, some enhancements?
Go on.
Ha! Knew I was right about you. I think you'll be quite happy with the performance of any broom at lower altitudes. But you may notice that speed consistency tends to falter as you rise. I believe I can remedy this issue. I have some ideas for enchantments, upgrades, if you will, that will improve the performance of any broom you fly. What I need is someone to conduct a broom flight and report back to me so I can perfect the upgrades. As it happens, another Hogwarts student, Imelda Reyes, is using abandoned broom courses for time trials. Clever girl. An ideal situation for collecting flight statistics. If you were to compete for the best time and succeed, then report back to me with how your broom behaved, I could complete work on my first upgrade. What say?
Sounds as if you took Kagawa's class.
I did, but my focus on the technical elements of brooms rather than the art of flying drove her mad. She thinks it fitting I run Spintwitches now. I don't reckon either of us ever pictured me batting away bludgers for the Cannons or Puddlemere United. And I find a certain satisfaction in winning over the naysayers who think I may be too young to run this shop. With your help, I can continue proving myself the most knowledgeable purveyor of wizarding sporting goods around.
Why do you need me to report to you on this broom flight?
I did try to get Imelda to help, but she has some flying habits and quirks that made her difficult to collaborate with. I need a flyer with no bad habits and the knack for flying. Your classmate Everett said you're a natural on a broom. He's forever in here studying the newest models, almost as passionate about brooms as I am. If your rumoured talent for flying can help you beat Imelda's times, then having you assess the broom will be invaluable.
How long have you had a passion for brooms?
Since the moment I saw my first Quidditch match. Seeing flyers manoeuvre the way they do. Oh, some people continue to have their doubts about me and my ideas. I hope that won't dissuade you from helping. I know I'm onto something.
That sounds intriguing. I'll see what I can do.
Thank you. It'll be worth your while. If I'm right, the new upgrade ought to enhance brooms in every regard. And I can give you a special price. The time trial should be a bit of fun too. Go to the Quidditch pitch and Imelda Reyes will sort you out. Once you've beaten Imelda's time, be sure
Revelio. Can't help but admire Mr. Weeks' enthusiasm.
Alltså, men kan jag få den till att bli... Stämmer detta nu? Jag har rätt här. F. Då tycker jag att men jag vill ha den. Har jag den då? Ja, det har jag faktiskt. Fast i en annan. Det passar direkt. Jo, det går bra, Noma. Jag ska snart starta... Ja, det ser jag gärna med. Jag tänkte jag skulle köra Valhalla igen. Det går bra för mig.
Accio.
Då har vi ett uppdrag. Vi kommer ha ett uppdrag där. Det borde vara den. Jag vet, jag vill också spela med dig Norma. Men jag vet inte om det spelet är något för mig än. Fuck. Vi får kika på det ändå.
Lumos.
Vad kan den vara? Nej, inte här. Där är den. Henry pissar samtidigt tror jag.
Over here.
Yeah.
Sebastian, it's been a while. It has. Glad you received my owl. I have something to show you.
First, let me thank you for what you did in the library.
Of course. Scribner tried to give me detention, but I have ways out of these things.
Well, you took the fall for
Jag
me.
måste undra varför jag har de
That counts for
glasen.
something.
Did you find what you were looking for?
I did, but something was missing. I'm not sure here is the best place to discuss it.
Understood. We can talk more in a moment, in the Undercroft. Not even the professors know about this place. This way.
Oh.
There's a secret passage just here.
It's well disguised.
Innan jag gör någonting. Alltså. Ursäkta mig. Man vill ju vänta tills vissa kommer upp högre. Faktiskt. Här vill vi ha ett gäng sen. Den ska vi ha 1 poäng till. Stealth brukar jag alltid ta. Och så hoppar jag över 16. Room requirement. Inte just nu. Och inte just nu. Nej, men bra, då vet jag.
How did you find this place? My friend, Ominous Gaunt. He named it the Undercroft. We used to play gobstones here all the time. With my sister, Anne. She loved that infernal game. What I wouldn't give to lose to her again. I should tell you, I swore to Ominous I would safeguard this place. So please, keep this between us. He never confides in anyone. But he's trusted me since the day we met. I wouldn't want to jeopardize it. We used to sneak in here almost daily.
Revelio.
Never been caught.
Jag fick någonting till där. Och den.
I think I've seen...
Försöka hoppa förbi sånt där. Jag har sett detta när jag har sett det.
A proper magical education ought to include all magic.
My thoughts exactly. A spell like Confringo is only truly dangerous in untrained hands. Such spells should be properly taught, not banned. To be fair, I'm admittedly partial to more fiery forms of magic, but you should learn it. I can teach it to you safely here. It may take a while to get the feel for it. Mimic my wand movement. The incantation is Confringo.
Very well.
Ja, då ska vi se här. Zorro.
You're getting it. Ready to actually try it out? Stick to the targets, though. Best to keep the Undercroft intact. Have a go at those candelabras. Both have their uses, but I think you'll find... Confringo cast travels...
Confringo!
Far. Nice work. How's it feel?
It's a tad hot.
You'll get used to it. That's it!
I think I've got it.
Well done.
I have to say, I enjoyed that.
The first time Ominous and I practiced Confringo, we singed our eyebrows.
I would have paid to see that.
I swore we'd never live it down. To this day, there's something about that spell that's addictive.
The blast does heat things up. I see how you lost your eyebrows.
You'll get used to it. Anne, Ominous and I used to practice down here for hours. The Undercroft was our retreat. Haven't been here in some time. It's not the same without Anne.
I'm sorry about your sister. If there's anything I can do.
Perhaps when I next head to Feldcroft, you could come along. Meet Anne. She could use some cheering up.
Just let me know when and I'll meet you.
Oh, she misses Hogwarts. She's been stuck at home with our guardian, Uncle Solomon. Unfortunately, you'll have to meet him too. Well, meeting a new student will be precisely what she needs.
I shall look forward to it.
Cheers. By the way, what was it you couldn't discuss out in the hall earlier?
I'm not sure where to start.
You said something was missing from what you found in the library. I assume it's to do with what you told me about the Portkey and Gringotts and Ranrock.
Nothing gets past you. And yes, it is. As I'm sure you suspect, there is a bit more to all of this.
I'm listening.
You must promise to keep this between us.
I trusted you with knowledge of the secret Undercroft. You can trust me.
All right. I can see traces of ancient magic.
Ancient magic? I don't know what I was expecting you to say, but it wasn't that. What does that even mean?
Honestly, I'm not entirely certain. All I know is that I can see whispers of an old magic that hardly anyone else can. Fig and I think that Ranrock has somehow found a way to harness that magic's power.
Are you telling me that goblins may be wielding some sort of wizard magic?
That's what we're trying to find out.
And this ability of yours, does it allow you to wield this magic too?
I don't know.
Well, when you do know, tell me. I've been studying archaic forms of magic for ages. Perhaps we can help each other. In the meantime, with both Rookwood and Ranrock after you, I suspect a bit more time practicing the blasting curse is in order. Spend as much time here as you'd like. And remember, keep this place between us.
Oh, ja.
When I head to Feldcroft, I'll send you an owl.
Och du kan få smaka med min penis om du vill. Den är större än din, för jag är mörk. Nja! Det är det i verkligheten.
Hello, Sebastian. Wait. You there? I can hear you.
Oh, hello. Ominous, isn't it? I believe we have potions together. And herbology?
I recognize that voice. Heard you talking to Gareth Weasley in potions class. You're the new 5th year. Did you just come from the Undercroft? How did you get in there?
That room's called the Undercroft. Ah, well, I was exploring and then suddenly found myself in a strange passageway.
Don't lie to me. No one stumbles upon that room. Sebastian told you, didn't he? You breathe a word about this place to anyone, and not even your precious Professor Fig will be able to help you. My father is friends with the headmaster. I am not afraid to exploit that connection if I need to.
You needn't threaten me. I'm not going to say anything about your Undercroft. And Sebastian is a good friend. You shouldn't immediately assume the worst of him.
I don't need you to tell me about my oldest friend. Thank you very much.
Honest, I just meant...
I know what you meant. Sebastian gets himself in enough trouble. He doesn't need your help.
Alltså detta spelet är
Sebastian
kul.
is going to get an earful about this.
Varför jag är hyfsat duktig på det när jag kör på easy. Andra kör på hard, men inte jag. Det är fusk att köra på hard. Jag har sagt hela tiden. Men vad är det för jävla pratbubbla? A prate bubble. Can I talk to the prate bubble? Ja, det var han, en jävla badass. Ska vi göra hans jävla uppdrag då? Fan vad det han ville. Där var det. Vi kör den åt han så får han gjort mycket här, fan. Vi kör några enkla så kör vi Valhalla sen.
It's a relief to finally have an
Revelio.
answer as to why that portrait was empty.
My family has a lineage of
Nej, te. Nej, fitta. Te. Den kommer vi behöva ha. Kommer vi ha den med. Så. Kör den så nu. Kolla här! Dra mig i dassen och så. Nej, men så trycker jag på fel. Te. Te! Te som i terricka.
Lumos. Accio. Revelio.
Ursäkta mig.
These dry vines are one spark away from becoming kindling.
Vad är väl en bal på slottet?
This must be the entrance to the hidden herbology corridor. Devil's snare seems to thrive in darkness. Perhaps it doesn't care for light. Confringo! Lumos. Reparo. I imagine a piece of that enormous venomous tentacular would be enough for Duncan to prove his bravery. Lumos.
Och hur pratar man då?
Have you found anything to,
Hello, Duncan. I have the proof you wanted.
That's one leaf. Must have been a giant venomous tentacula. It's even more than I expected. I knew you were the one to ask. I appreciate you getting it for me.
Of course. I hope this helps you prove yourself.
This is sure to put an end to Puffskein Dunkeen for good when I show everyone in the common room tonight. This'll show Everett how ridiculous that nickname was. Thank you again, and have a good day. I know I will. Thank you for all of your help. No more Puffskein Dunkeen for me.
Incendio! Levioso!
Kommer snart.
Professor Weasley? Somewhere away from prying eyes.
Forgive me, the headmaster stopped me and I... Merlin's beard. I see you've wasted no time. Well done. Shall we?
Off to you, Professor. What is this place?
This is the Room of Requirement. It only appears when one is in real need of it. Ordinarily, a student might stumble upon this room entirely by accident. If ever. I'd only planned to suggest to you how to find it by walking past that bit of wall, focusing on what you need. But you've managed to reveal the room on your own. While I'm here, we should take advantage of the moment. Now, where is Deke? He must have sneaked past and gone ahead.
Deke, Professor.
The house elf I was speaking to in my classroom your first day. Thought he might help you use the room once you found it.
Revelio.
There's no chance I'm clambering over this mess. This presents the perfect opportunity to teach you Evanesco, the vanishing spell. You can cast Evanesco to vanish certain objects, such as these chairs and other things here in the room. I suggest you practice the wand movements first, then you can clear the chairs away.
What was I saying? Okay.
Splendid. Now, Evanesco on those chairs. Excellent work. You'll note that you are now in possession of Moonstone. We shall discuss its uses later. Let's move on.
Moonstone kommer vi ha mycket av. Alltid samla Moonstone.
Where in Merlin's name
Revelio.
is that elf? Is that... Goodness. My old school bag. I wondered where that had got to. I can't believe it's still here. I'll just take a quick look at this. Give you an opportunity to explore on your own until we locate Deke.
Yes, Professor.
Dear me. Can't you keep it down? Some of us are trying to rest.
Revelio. Accio. Levioso. Protego. Levioso. Accio.
Ja, jag klarar det.
Hope this isn't as precarious as it looks.
An intruder!
Revelio.
No, not... that's not helpful, you worthless pile of tin.
How does anyone other than a house elf manage to get around in here? Revelio. What was that? Was that a golden snitch?
Perhaps you should summon your wits and find out.
Accio. Levioso.
Ah! Jag orkar faktiskt inte ta dem. Det är ju bara skit, man får bättre grejer sen.
I hope that house elf can find us in here.
Nej, jag har ju dik.
Yikes! Careful! Huh?
Adolf Harrison.
Oh, there you are. Wait right there. Deke will come to you. Hello.
Ah, Deke, we've been looking for you.
Apologies, Professor Weasley. Deke was looking through some of what's appeared in the room since Deke was last here. Is this the student?
Indeed it is.
Deke is honored to meet you.
Deke has been a friend since I was a second year. We discovered this room together. I mentioned you to Deke. We believe that you might be able to benefit from this room like I did. Deke, would you be so kind?
Of course, Professor Weasley. The Room of Requirement will always be equipped for the Seeker's needs. It's unplottable, so won't appear on any map. Most happen upon it by accident, if ever. Deke's seen students in need of an extra file for potions stumble upon the room filled with them. You seem to have accessed it in its form as the Room of Hidden Things.
I was thinking about needing a place away from prying eyes. Brilliant.
Oh, that explains it then.
What I need specifically is a place where I can catch up on my schoolwork without distraction.
Well then, the room can provide you with precisely that. Now, It's time to focus on what you need. Just close your eyes. Imagine the room precisely as you need it. The room will do the rest.
You've given yourself quite a canvas to work with. I look forward to seeing what you do with the space. Ah, and it seems the room has provided you with a desk of description. Excellent. It can identify unfamiliar items of clothing. One should always understand the effects of anything in which one is clothed.
Han var sämre. Nej,
You'll find plenty of items of clothing that need to be identified. The desk will be an invaluable resource.
I imagine the desk of description will come in handy.
It will. I hope you'll take advantage of it. Now, I'll give you a brief lesson in conjuring. The room might not provide everything you need on its own.
Conjuring?
Yes, the magic of creating or conjuring objects. I'll teach you. Very good. When conjuring more complex objects, you'll need what's called a spellcraft. Spellcrafts are like recipes. They list the ingredients or resources needed to conjure a particular object. You should have acquired some for a potion station and potting table from tomes and scrolls in Hogsmeade.
I did. Where can I find the resources I need?
While resources such as moonstone can be obtained throughout the Highlands, it's much safer and easier to purchase them. They can also be collected by vanishing objects in the room, such as the chairs you vanished earlier. In fact, you should have enough resources for now.
I see. Can I regain resources by vanishing something I've already conjured?
You can indeed. Quite perceptive. Why don't you give it a try? Go ahead and conjure the potion station and potting table. You should find both familiar, since they'll resemble the ones you've already used to study magical plants and brew potions in class.
Ja, nu har jag bara detta. Så här kan vi ställa te. Te, vi måste ha den då. 3. Så ska vi tillbaka till den ska vi ha. Jag heter ju detta hörnet.
Well done. You can use these whenever you need to brew potions or grow plants. Presuming, of course, you've collected any seeds or potion ingredients you need in Hogsmeade or outside the castle grounds.
Det har vi ju.
Deke will be here to answer any questions you may have. Do not underestimate his insights.
I will be sure to speak with Deke if I need anything.
Yep.
Thank you.
Good luck. I shall linger a bit longer in case you'd like to learn another transfiguration spell for use in the room.
Come and see me as soon as you can. I've returned from a rather unproductive trip to the ministry.
Ja,
Hoping
då kommer
your
jag
time
tillbaka.
has been more fruitful than mine.
I'm ready for the next lesson, Professor.
Very well. First, you'll need to gather some moonstone. You can acquire it by vanishing items here in the Room of Requirement, or you can gather it carefully outside of the Hogwarts grounds. Return to me once you've gathered enough, and we shall begin the lesson.
I would like to teach you Wingardium Leviosa. It can be used to levitate objects for a short time. Once you've completed a few prerequisite tasks, do see me after class.
Ja, men. Och så bara ner. Quests. Ja, det ska vi göra. Åh! Vi inte hoppa dit. Men quest, hade jag inte den? Mm. Frågan är om jag ska fortsätta. Eller ska vi byta spel? Vad tycker ni?
A Daedalian key. I wonder where it might lead me.
Off on another adventure,
There's the cabinet. How do I get this key in there? Excellent. An old coin. Perhaps Nellie knows what it means.
Ja. Ingen som skriver att de fortsätter en stund till. Eller så byter jag till månader. Vi får se. Hur vi gör. Jag vill inte göra det idag ändå.
Hello, Nellie. I managed to get a Daedalian key into its lock.
Brilliant! What did you find in the cabinet?
A curious token of some sort.
Looks like a Gryffindor house token. I bet it unlocks our house chest. I call them house chests. I've seen the one in our common room and heard there are also in the other common rooms. Keep an eye out. I do hope you continue on. For so much effort, the prize must be something grand.
Ja, det behöver inte göra nu. Eller ska vi göra det?
I should see this through and find the Gryffindor house chest.
Ja, det ska vi göra. Det är inte nu. Och jag rapar hela tiden. Undrar om det är en bugg för den pratbubblan har varit här. Tiden nu. Andas, Magnus. Andas. Jag är dum i huvudet. Jag är en knäppis.
I was hoping to see you.
You're back.
Finally. Minister Spavin talks more than he listens. Ranted on and on about rogue dragons. Wouldn't listen to a word about goblins. Speaking of which...
Listen, Professor. So much happened while you were away. Nearly Headless Nick asked me to get some rotten roast beef from the kitchens.
Rotten roast beef?
Yes, I thought it was odd too. But then we took the roast beef to Sir Podmore of the Headless Hunt, and...
You met the Headless Hunt? That must have been interesting, to say the...
Yes. And then I had to find Richard Jackdaw's head in the pumpkins so that he'd tell me about how he died.
Who on earth is Richard Jackdaw?
He was a student here long ago. Anyway, he told me about a secret cavern. I went there, and right next to Jackdaw's skeleton, I found the missing pages.
You found the pages?
I did. And because Jackdaw had followed the map they contained, when I found the pages, I found the location on the map. Believe it or not, it's a room below Hogwarts.
Why am I not surprised? Shall we?
I was hoping you'd say that. Oh, and we'll need to bring the book. The room is called the Map Chamber, by the way. And a portrait of Percival Rackham awaits us there.
Professor Rackham. I look forward to meeting him. How did this Jackdaw get the pages from the book?
Evidently, Peeves stole them, and Jackdaw stole them from him.
To think it was beneath us all this time. A map. There's Hogsmeade. And over here, the Forbidden Forest. And, of course, Hogwarts. It's magnificent. If only you were here to see this.
Hello, Professor Rackham. We've placed the book on the pedestal as you asked. And this is my mentor, Professor Fig.
How do you do, Professor Fig? And you, my young friend, see now why you needed to return with the book?
I do. I also see why you refer to this room as the map chamber.
That you have come this far tells me that you possess extraordinary magical ability, the potential and power of which will unlock should you prove yourself worthy. The location of each of 4 trials will, in time, appear on the map. Trials that will test you and give you access to invaluable knowledge.
Damn.
Trials that you must complete on your own. Do you recall the pensive memory you viewed in my vault in Gringotts?
You and your friend Charles spoke of the port key and of trials you'd created for one who could see traces of ancient magic.
Precisely. Charles is another of the Keepers, a designation we gave ourselves centuries ago, in light of the knowledge that we have been bound to keep hidden. Until, perhaps, now.
So, the passage from your ruins to Gringotts, everything in the vault, the restricted section, finding this room, none of these was a trial.
They were an important part of the journey, but they were not trials themselves. The fact that you have come this far, however, bodes well. The trials were designed to ensure that the power and knowledge we have kept secret for so long does not fall into the wrong hands. They will test your abilities, both innate and learned. But of equal importance, everything you witness as you complete the trials will inform what you choose to do with all that we share. You will need patience. The trials have much to teach you. It will take time.
I'm afraid we don't have the luxury of time.
We have waited this long, Professor Fig. Surely a few more.
Respectfully, sir, while I do not know the secret you keep, I do know that our young friend here has seen traces. Traces of a powerful dark magic being wielded by goblin kind. And we encountered an uncommonly powerful goblin wielding such magic as we prepared to leave your vault at Gringotts. We may already be too late.
This is grave news, indeed. Young friend, do you trust Professor Fig?
I do.
Then, in the light of your considerable skill and all you have already accomplished, we shall begin. You will find the location of the first trial marked on the map below you. Whilst Professor Fig may assist you in locating the trials, they may be completed only by one with our ability.
Shall we have a look? I know that tower. It's not far. You may have seen it yourself.
I don't think I have. Perhaps your young friend is not as well traveled as you think.
As your mentor, the least I can do is go ahead to make sure it is safe. Join me as soon as you can.
I'll find you at the tower as soon as I can.
Until then, be careful. And do not tell anyone where you're going.
Fan vad långt vi har kommit nu ändå. Och innan vi gör det här så ska jag göra massa små uppdrag, tänkte jag. Så vi får mer spells med oss. Det är ändå level 14.
time you learned Glacius, the freezing spell. It is an efficient way to cool down a heated situation. But first, I will need you to complete a few tasks. Once you've done that, come and see me.
Ja, men jag lovar. Jag ska komma till er allihopa. Jag känner att vi har gjort detta tillräckligt idag, eller? Har vi gjort det? Ja, det känner jag att vi har gjort.
Revelio.
Ja, det är en sån här. Och det är en sån där. Ja.
Revelio.
Den åkte inte dit ner, va? Nej. Jag tackar för mig. Och jag får tacka alla som har inne och tittat. Jag har fan kört 4 timmar. Åh jävlar, nästan 5. Så hoppar vi in i något annat spel. Se vad som händer. Ha det gott nu. Adjö. Tack för alla som har varit inne och tittat. Tack för alla som följer kanalen. Följer inte kanalen så gör det. Bye bye.